Okay.
Okay. Let us stand for the pledge. I know, but I'm just doing it, so it's different. I'm gonna do a roll call now. Yeah. There you go. Okay. Madam Secretary, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Anderson?
Here.
Mr. Heisel?
Here.
Mr. Teray?
Here.
And Mrs. Stockton? Here. Secretary Zide, Vice President Brown?
Here. Great. Okay, we have around the district, Crete Elementary and Coretta Scott King, Tournament of Books, the dynamic duel.
I'll let George fix it for you.
You're probably hearing me. I have a big so I can just use my big two.
Go for it.
All right, my name is Erin Lane, and I'm the principal of Crete Elementary.
And I'm Rachel Newcomb, I'm the principal of Crete Secondary School, and we're presenting joint.
And so through that conversation, Ms. Newcomb, who at the time was the literacy coach for Coretta Scott King, and I had a very long drive to a reading conference in Springfield. And on our long drive, we sort of talked out this idea about having this tournament of books. Now, the tournament of books is not like the battle of the books. That might be, they sound very similar. In the battle of the books, you have teams of kids who compete against each other to try to get points about how well they know a book, and then the team of kids would win or not. This is the books battling each other. So we set it up sort of like a, like the March Madness that we just had, like the NCAA tournament.
Right. So as Heather explained, what they have is instead of teams in a typical tournament situation, we're having books that are going head to head. So each month the children received a book that they would then take home. They would have the course of the month to read the book. At the end of the month, we would come back for a book club type of a book talk where the students would all meet during their lunch recess time. We would have a book talk about the book. And then after reading 2 books, they would vote on which book was their favorite, and that book would then proceed in the bracket system. So throughout the course of the year, they read 4 different books, with each grade level reading 4 different books. And at the end of the year, they had 2 books that then went head-to-head for the final champion of books. Actually, you're the next part. Let's cut that off.
About the exact reading level of the kids. We wanted to get good, rich, complex literature into their hands. And so we chose books that we thought had a lot of meat to them, a lot of depth to them, a lot of complexity, and that the kids could have really, really good discussions with, which is exactly what we ended up having during our book club discussions. We lost the 4th grade titles. We did. Here, if you... There they are. All right, so the 4th grade titles you can see on the screen. We started with a graphic novel, which for those of you who might not be familiar with the format, is kind of a comic book format, only longer, so it tells a complete story from beginning to end. And we really wanted to try to hook the kids. We read 4 books for 4th grade. And then these were the 5th grade titles. Every student in 4th and 5th grade got all 4 of these books that they got to keep. And when they took them home, they could read them to themselves, they could listen to the audiobook, they could have a parent read it aloud to them. The idea was not so much, we just wanted them to have the books in their hands, and we were hoping that the families would have conversations. We sent home an information sheet with each book that had discussion questions and websites that they could go to if they wanted to learn more about the author or the subject.
And these were our champions, and Crete Elementary and CSK had the same champions, which is very coincidental. 5th grade got Smile, which was a very good book, and The Thing About Georgie was 4th grade.
So, as Mrs. Bruns mentioned, every month after the students had read the book, we had a book club discussion. And these were optional for students. They were held at their lunch hour. In order to come, they had to sort of prove to us a little bit that they were invested enough in the book to come. I won't say bribed, we gave them an incentive of treats if they came. And so the kids would come, and I would say that we had a pretty good turnout. At Crete, we had between 20 and 30% of each grade level come to each book club, so it was between 15 and 25 students for both 4th and 5th grade, and I believe that attendance was fairly similar at CSK. Yes?
Yes,
percentage-wise.
All right,
so the kids would come, and we would start with some higher level thinking kinds of questions about the book, but really the discussions went very well just with the students themselves, spurring ideas off of each other. Another benefit that we saw to the program was that it taught students not just to answer teachers' questions about books, but to actually have a conversation about books, which is something that, if you're familiar with the new Common Core standards, is something that's stressed. It's not just that they're answering questions in that old stand and deliver format where the teacher asks a question and the student answers it, but that they're able to have higher level conversations about deeper topics, and that they're thinking deeply about the text and not just staying on the surface. So those were very successful. We had some videos, which were...
For the sake of time, we're going to...
Right.
Because we have children actually here to present tonight, we'd rather you be able to see the children present what they have created. Once we got down to the 2 books that were in a head-to-head competition, the children were asked in their classrooms to campaign for their favorite book. So once we got to the March Madness section of the tournament, the children were campaigning for their favorite book, trying to convince their friends and their classmates and their teachers, because the teachers voted as well, and the principals and the literacy coaches. They were trying to convince their friends and peers to vote for their favorite book. So some of them created PowerPoints, some of them created posters, some of them created songs and music, poems, raps. So instead of showing the video, we'd rather have you listen to the children share what they created.
So at this time, I'm going to call up Mark Trevino.
Okay, Lily, you can have a seat.
Mark is a 5th grade student at Crete Elementary. He is in Mrs. O'Brien's 5th grade class, and he wrote a rap for his favorite book, which was Smile. So he's going to go over by the microphone. It's pretty sensitive. I don't think you have to be too close to it.
Nope, you don't.
Okay. Smile. Smile is a book about a girl in 6th grade. It's certainly the best book that's ever been made. One time she knocks out her front teeth at night. Oh my gosh, that must have been quite a fright. That seemed to cause a whole lot of drama. She'd be going to the orthodontist with her mama. Headgear, fake teeth, retainers, and braces. Raina sure made some really awkward faces. 6th grade high school, she just tried to be cool. She tried to follow up all the new trends, but ended up making some pretty bad friends. Went from things like the Valentine's dance to her friends just going and pulling down her pants. All that stuff like crossbites and overbites, just to fix and shape and make her teeth look right. The book was cool with all of her crushes. Raina better be keeping track of her toothbrushes. People criticized and called her a vampire. They didn't appreciate her clothing attire. One time she went out and tried for basketball. Another time her braces slammed into a wall. Raina had braces for over 4 years that ended up resulting in a whole lot of tears. Once she got her braces off, she wasn't satisfied. She felt like her dreams had recently just died. At the end, her teeth eventually aisled, and it was great. She finally smiled. That's why people went to vote for Smile, because they were certain their vote was worthwhile.
And to no great surprise, the PowerPoint presentation was also for Smile. I know at our building it was a very heated debate where people were actually, Ms. Newcomb and I were nervous to announce who we voted for because it was a very hot issue in our building for a while. So this is Kayla Eggers and Sarah Arias. They're going to explain their PowerPoint presentation, which they used to campaign for the same book that Mark just campaigned for. Let me get it ready for you guys.
So through this PowerPoint, we're going to show you reasons why we want you to vote for Smile, and this is our campaign. Other people did different things like a rap or a poster board. We decided to do a PowerPoint.
So the books we had were Mockingbird versus Smile. Who will win?
These are our reasons we wanted everyone else to vote for Smile. In our opinion, it's better. It's a graphic novel which are fun to read, and it makes you believe in yourself rather than what other people say about you.
Our favorite part is when Raina gets her braces out and finds out who her real friends are and ditches her fake ones.
So through the year we had books, and these were all of the votes, and even though when we all voted Mockingbird was higher than Smile, we still really wanted Smile to win, and we hoped everybody else would want Smile to win too.
The Smile summary is Smile is about a girl named Raina who fell and had damage with her teeth. Throughout the book, the doctors do everything to help Raina get her teeth fixed. It is hard on her because instead of her friends helping her feel better, they make it worse. In the end, Raina finds true friends. Mockingbird is about a girl named Caitlin who has Asperger's syndrome. Her mother and now her brother has died. The story is about Caitlin trying to find closure. She has a hard time understanding the adults' perspectives, and her Asperger's makes it difficult for others to understand her thoughts.
And we found pages from the book, and we liked these ones the most.
And in one of the pictures, Raina is smiling because she found her true friends, and in the other picture, she is not smiling because she hasn't found her friends yet.
And we said, when you vote for Smile, it will make you smile.
The book who ended up winning was Smile.
All right, excellent job.
We have a couple more kids that are going to tell you a little bit about why they really liked the program, but I wanted to take this opportunity before I introduce the Crete student who's going to speak to thank Laura Hirsch, who made it financially possible for us to get all of the books. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And to let you know that it went so well at Crete and Coretta Scott King that next year we're going to expand it to all of the elementary buildings, and so all 4th and 5th graders in the whole district will be able to participate. So. All right, so we have Cassie Shelby, who is a 4th grader from Mrs. Miller's class at Crete Elementary, and she's going to come up and she is going to read to you her reflection about being a part of the Tournament of Books program this year.
Tournament of Books has really inspired me to read more books. Every month since October, we've met for Tournament of Books Club. Tournament of Books has really gave me life experience. I've learned about being yourself from the Secret Science Alliance. I've learned what it was like to be separated from your family, from waiting for the magic. I learned about getting family heirlooms and I learned about having to accept problems from Pi and a thing about Georgie. It was fun to meet with my friends every month to talk about each one of these great books. I hope I can do Tournament of Books next year.
And to conclude our presentation, we have Lily Soufran and Kennedy Hall coming up to tell you why they really enjoyed the Tournament of Books program as well. So this is Lily and Kennedy. Go. Go ahead, go. Slide up together if you want to next to each other.
I liked a lot about Tournament of Books. It benefited me academically and it utilized my time wisely. I also loved the books that I received. My personal favorite was Mockingbird because it was very insightful and it let me see how it would feel to be an Asperger's person going through a hard time. I especially liked the book club because it showed me what my friends' perspectives of the books were, and I liked the special treats that Ms. Bruns gave us because the snacks were always related to the story, like Smiley Mints for Smile, Ice Cream Mud for Downsiders, Conversation Hearts for Mockingbird, and Captain Crunch cereal for the Zen and the Art of Faking It. I hope that every student in the district will have this opportunity like I did.
I love Tournament of the Books because I love that we were able to meet at book club to discuss the book each month. I love this because I love to hear other people's opinions about books. I especially love to see if they feel the same way as me about a scene or if we are thinking differently. I really think it is interesting how people have different point of views and why they think differently. I think my most favorite thing about Tournament of Books Book Club is how the books made us reflect and helped us understand people with bigger problems or issues than us. I believe that Tournament of the Books helps with our comprehension skills and our social interactions.
Okay, thank you so much, students, and Ms. Godbout and Ms. Bruns for presenting for Tournament of Books for both schools. At this time, we have 3 students that are going to present their 5th grade Black History Month projects from Crete Elementary. So if I could have Naya Brunson come forward first. Let me just tell you a little bit about this program as well. In 5th grade, our students research a prominent person in Black American history. And they do a visual storyboard, which she's going to have up here in front for you as well. And they do the presentation. I'm going to have you, Naya, come back here by the mic, which is very sensitive. And they do their presentation in front of their classroom as well as in front of parents on the night of parent-teacher conferences as part of a living wax museum. And they only start their presentation when coins are dropped into a little container that's in front of their display board, because they use that money for their 5th grade dance at the end of the year. So that's their way of earning money. So it's really a great opportunity for them to showcase what they've learned. So we do have 3 students that are going to go through their presentations that they've memorized for you. At this time, we'll have Nia Brunson present Ella Fitzgerald.
Hi, my name is Ella Fitzgerald. I was born on April 25th, 1917 in Newport News, Virginia. My parents were William and Temperance Fitzgerald. In 1923, my half-sister Frances Hill was born. As a child, I liked to sing and dance, but mostly dance. My first appearance was at the Apollo Theater, and I sang. I knew that I was going to be a famous jazz singer after that performance. I was very generous, and I've often made donations to children and orphanages. I remember today because I had a unique singing style. I was very good at imitating any instrument in the orchestra. I am now going to sing a Tisket a Tasket, which is a nursery rhyme that I made into a jazz song. A tisket, a tasket, a brown and yellow basket. I send a little to my mom, and on the way I dropped it. I dropped it, I dropped it. Yes, on the way I dropped it. A little girlie picked it up and put it in her pocket. She was trucking on down the avenue with not a single thing to do. She was picking all around. When she spied it on the ground, she took it, my little yellow basket. And if she doesn't bring it back, I think that I will die.
Okay, thank you, Naya. At this time, I would like Elbert Shaw to come up, and he is going to do his portrayal of Tony Dungy.
Hi, I'm Anthony Kevin Dungy. People call me Tony. I was born October 6, 1955 in Jackson, Michigan. As my life went on, I went to Parkside High School, and after I graduated from Parkside, I went to the University of Minnesota. I got named 4th in the Big Ten in most passing yards when I was in Minnesota. After the NFL draft, I played for the Pittsburgh Steelers for several seasons. I won Super Bowl 29 with the Steelers. After my professional career, I coached for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on August 1st, 1996. Then 6 years later, in 2002, I started coaching for the Indianapolis Colts. On February 4th, 2007, I won Super Bowl 41 with the Colts, and I got named one of the 3 men to win a Super Bowl as a player and head coach with Tom Flores and Mike Ditka.
All right, and our last presenter will be Mark Trevino, who is going to do his rendition of Clarence Thomas for us. You were wondering why he was in this robe when he did his rap.
These books around. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Clarence Thomas. I'm well known for being the second African American to be in the United States Supreme Court, and I would like to tell you a little bit about my life. I was born on June 23, 1948, in Pinpoint, Georgia, to MC Thomas and Leola Williams. I grew up in Savannah, Georgia, with my grandparents after my house burned down in a fire at age 7. My primary language is Gullah, a Creole language which is a mixture of English and West and Central African languages, spoken by the descendants of slaves in the coastal region of Georgia and other states in that region. I was an honor student as well as the only black student in my high school. Since I was raised in the Roman Catholic faith, at age 16 I considered becoming a priest. After graduating from high school, I went on to study at the Immaculate Conception Seminary for a year. I left the seminary and decided not to become a priest due to a racist remark I heard at the seminary. In April of 1968, following a nun's suggestion, I began attending college at College of the Holy Cross in Worcester, Massachusetts. I graduated from College of the Holy Cross in 1971 with an A.B. cum laude in English literature, which I had been studying to master the language. I then married Kathy Grace Ambush, who was my college sweetheart. Also in 1971, I began studying law at one of the most prestigious law schools in the country, Yale Law School. I graduated from Yale Law School in 1974 with a Juris Doctor, also known as a J.D., graduating toward the middle of my class. Since graduating from college and before being on the United States Supreme Court, I have done many things. In September of 1974, I was admitted to the Missouri Bar, which allowed me to practice law in the state of Missouri. I then became an assistant attorney general for the state of Missouri. And in 1979, I became a legislative assistant under Senator John Danforth. In 1981, I became an assistant secretary of education for the Office of Civil Rights. And in 1982, I was appointed chairman of the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, or the EEOC. In 1981, my first wife, Kathy, and I had a son, and we named him Jamal A. Dean. Kathy and I separated that year, and sadly, in 1984, we got divorced. In 1987, I married Virginia Lamp. On October 30th, 1989, I was nominated by President Bush for a seat on the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit. On March 6, 1990, I was confirmed to the United States Court of Appeals by the U.S. Senate and received my commission. In July of 1991, I was nominated by President George H.W. Bush for a seat on the United States Supreme Court, replacing the first African-American Supreme Court member, Thurgood Marshall. On October 15, 1991, I was confirmed to the United States Supreme Court by a vote of 52 to 48, the smallest passing margin in over a century. My name is Clarence Thomas. It has been an honor to have a seat on the United States Supreme Court. I worked very hard through difficult times in my life to get where I am today, and I am very proud of myself for achieving all the goals I set for myself as a young man. Thank you.
Thank you to all of our students who also presented for our Black History Month projects. That does conclude our presentation for both Tournament of Books and our 5th grade Black History Month project at Crete Elementary. Thank you so much.
Come on, let's give them another round of applause. That was excellent. And, no, you're going to have to read that out. Okay. I didn't know Clarence Thomas could rap. and this is really, for me here, that's the first rapper I can understand, too. Keep it up. And there must be something in the Crete water. I heard the years that they were born in the early 1900s. They look so young. Wow. All right, that was awesome. And Laura and the whole staff and Aaron and Rachel. Just excellent job by your whole staff. Literacy is where it all starts. And, I mean, that made my heart really, really feel warm. So keep it up, keep it up, keep it up. I'm proud of you kids, really, really proud of you. I know we have a future here. All right. Any board members would like to comment? Mary?
No, I agree with you completely. Very good job. I'm glad to hear, especially what I saw at the conference, and I see that you guys are doing this reading. It's really great to know. And are you planning to be an attorney in someday? No? Oh, come on. You look great.
Okay, well, before you all get out of here, thank you. I want to congratulate you on two things. I think you did an outstanding performance, and to have the nerve to stand up in front of all these people and do it.
Yeah.
It's really good.
Very good.
We've got a good future.
Board Member Anderson?
I was actually agreeing with Board Member Heisel and everything else that's been said. That was awesome. But I tell you, outside of how well the children did, once again, I want to compliment our literacy coaches in the program. I tell you, it's awesome. And to have a child enrolled in the school system and knowing how strong they work with the children in that literacy program and in the reading program, I truly appreciate it. Great job. Thank you all so much.
Wow. I believe Board Member Heisel, you kind of spoke already. Would you like to further elaborate? Or okay, Board Member Teray.
Good job, well done. I'm glad the young lady sang instead of me. You'd all left. It was great, fantastic to see it. Keep up the good work.
Okay, Sanders, Board Member Sanders.
Of course, I certainly commend the work of the literacy coaches. I was fortunate enough to semi-participate in the reading club with Crete Elementary, so I'm very proud to see the end results that were yielded, and lucky enough to actually see the program at the Black History presentation. And Mark, our little Clarence Thomas, he so impressed me. I ran out of money trying to put money in his little bucket, but he was very staunch in his approach, very stern. I walked up to him and just said he looked nice, and he didn't move because he wanted money in the little bucket. So all of the kids, I have to even mention a young man who really impressed me. He wasn't here tonight, but walking up to him, he looked at his poster, and I said, wow, I don't know who this guy is. You know, I said, who is this guy? And it was not a famous person that we all know, but what was interesting is it turned out to be the young man's father. And it was his father who was his inspiration and who was his hero. And oftentimes in society, we consistently look to others or see, in the case of these young people, people who have been in our past who have been significant in the lives of us, their parents, their grandparents. But to see that young man indicate that his dad was significant was just amazing. So I have to, again, just congratulate you guys for putting on such an awesome performance. And as Board Member Brown says, reading is extremely fundamental for all of the prerequisites that go before you. So commend you again, both Mrs. Newcomb and Mrs. Where is she? Oh, there's Mrs. Lane. Okay. Hey, I need these, really. So just thank you guys so much for the work that you continue to do. And I see you out there. Where is she? Your assistant, where is she? Kim, Miss Summarize. All right, thank you guys so much for your work. Thank you.
All righty. Most of the kids have gone, but let's give them another round. Okay, we are going to embark on public comments right now. I do want to just state our mission statement, and that is to ensure that every child is challenged to reach his or her full potential academically, socially, and emotionally in partnership with our learning community. And just a few things I would like to say before we start the public comments. And again, the board intent is to not engage in any type of debate with the person that's presenting public comments. We are here to listen to you. However, if there's a reason for us to ask for some clarification on any particular comment, we may ask for further clarification. So we want to keep our public comments to 3 to 5 minutes and respectful as possible. With that, the first one I have here is Mr. Kevin Mest, and to talk about the award of the public transportation contract. Tough act to follow.
I'm sorry, is there a mic? Yeah, mic. There we go.
Yeah. Just want to clear, I haven't quite reached that plateau yet. I'm the vice president. I'm acting here. Am I doing a good job? Okay, that's all right.
My name is Kevin Mest. I'm Chief Operating Officer for Illinois Central School District, Illinois Central School Bus Providers. We are your current provider for your school transportation. The board has in front of them today a recommendation for award to first student. And I just wanted to present a couple additional facts before we make that decision. First and foremost, Illinois Central School Bus is the lowest bidder in the bid process by $126,000. In our view, Illinois Central is also the lowest responsible bidder. Somehow, for reasons I don't fully understand, your administration has made the claim that based on documented service issues, they're calling that Illinois Central not a responsible bidder. I looked in the packet. I don't see the documentation. There's an assertion that there's some documents have been provided to management, written letters. I can tell you I haven't received those letters. I have no such letters. There's various complaints. There's been some day-to-day issues that you can find in the ordinary course of business, but we resolve those in a timely fashion. There's some reference to a recent annual evaluation that has never been shared with Illinois Central management or asked to respond to that. So, quite frankly, I'm very disappointed, surprised at what appears to me to be really the lack of due diligence and to make that recommendation. On the contrary, what we've been told throughout this school year, and we've actually sent a survey this fall to the administration to ask us how we're doing, we did not receive a response to that. We've been told by the daily supervisors that we're doing a great job, but it's certainly an acceptable job. I mean, transportation is not an easy business. There's always issues. How you resolve those, how you resolve the time, it really is the difference. From our view, we really think this really has moved along on a track that in short 4 days to come to that conclusion. We would respectfully ask that you give this further consideration or reject that outright and award to us as the lowest
Okay, thank you. Okay, next on public comments, we have Doris Harmon Warren, and it's regarding the status of the teachers' contract as far as where we are with negotiating, and also as far as like the superintendent hiring position, the status of the superintendent hiring position. So I'd like to say more on that.
Good evening. I heard what you said earlier, so I'm not going to answer it as to a status, but my concern is that this process is going on and extending, and we have neither a superintendent in place nor a contract negotiation completed. And I think that you need to get some information out to the public. I mean, this is almost the end of the school year. You're moving into the summer when people have other things to do, and I'm concerned we still don't have those things resolved.
Okay. Yes, we are. We are diligently working towards trying to end the process of the contract issues. So it's just the next date has both been agreed upon by the union and the board team or the district team. So we are. I know everybody's anxious for it to end, and believe me, I don't think I had as many gray hairs before it started, but we're trying to make progress. Every meeting, we're trying to make progress. So, and as far as the superintendent hiring, and again, I'm commenting just to give you information, and I think during this time period, we could do that. Just not debating back and forth. The superintendent hiring process, we pretty much is there. We pretty much will be sometime real soon sharing our new superintendent with the district. That should be happening real soon. I don't know the exact date, but that should be happening. Okay. Still going through some logistics. Okay. You're welcome. And the next person is Sandy Walters. A question in regards to training referees. Okay.
Okay, my first question is, what is the district budget annually for training and conferences? And I would also like to know, when choosing accommodations for these conferences, are the most reasonable hotel rates chosen? I'd also like to know that do board members share rooms, and that I know in the past years spouses and other families have attended, and that as a district struggling financially, I would expect this Board of Education to act in the best financial interest of the district and uphold the financial creed that you all put into place this past year. So just questions regarding this past conference that you guys went to and how that money is being spent.
We are going to, we are going to just kind of give a little board update later on throughout this meeting. Actually, sorry, please. I apologize. Just in and of itself, the conferences such as the National Board, School Board Conference Association is, in my view, is somewhat vital, given the information that's been obtained. I know we have financial issues here, and I'll be the first to say, as money tight as I am, given the information that we learned, that could really, really exponentially, in some way, shape, or form, it's a return on investment, to be honest. So we're going to give a little update later on, just kind of share with the public some of the things that we obtained, those who went to the conference obtained, that could be beneficial to the district.
Mr. Brown, if one of her questions, and I'd like to be able to answer that for sure. When you ask the question, do board members' spouses go? They can, and they are not paid for by the district. Anything they consume and their travel is to the expense of that family. And what was your other question? Okay, well, I can honestly say I'm personally not interested in sharing a room. I'm not married to any of my other colleagues. But so we're not, and you asked the question, I'm being honest. Well, I mean, and either any of the other colleagues, I can't speak for anybody else, but that is, we don't, and to my knowledge, I don't know if others who have professional development, which is what the conference is, it's not a vacation. I have to honestly say, I contend with what Mr. Brown stated. It's work, full day's work. And I don't know if I could say it any better than this. The information, and as he said, we're going to discuss it. It's information used to come back here and to expedite and to have conversations and dialogue with this district about what is learned. It's information. I have to just say we met people and have for years. We're not the first members of the board to attend conferences. We attend them locally. Locally, other members of other districts, unfortunately, they stay in hotels. We don't. We travel at our own expense, drive to faraway locations that we're not reimbursed for as well. I mean, I guess we could be, but we haven't asked. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I can't. Yes, there is a budget for professional development. Yes, ma'am. It does pay for hotels. For there's a stipend, if my memory is serving me correct. This is my first year. I must add, I haven't turned in a receipt yet, but I will be. We have a per diem for just as teachers and any others who attend professional development. There's a stipend. There is actually money for, how do I call it, for transportation, to get to and fro the airport. Pretty much that's it. We can't drink. No alcoholic beverages can be consumed. I think you asked something about hotel again. Well, I'm about as the equivalent to Mr. Brown. I do not believe in a high price. If I can stay at the Quality Inn, I would. But you know what happens in a conference setting? It doesn't matter what we want to do anyway. You take this conference, I don't know, they have selected, selected or booked slots. So again, you select from those, and I would say that between us, we are not out saying, oh, I think I want to stay at the Hyatt because it's a $400 a night hotel. No, no one is doing that. And to be honest with you, in this case, that was pretty much it. You didn't see a budget hotel, but all of this information, where we stayed, is publicly accessed, FOIAble for anyone to see. And again, even if you go to the National School Board website, you can actually see the list of the hotels and the choice options. So it's readily available.
Okay. I'm going to add a couple of things to it because I went to this conference. I wanted to see what it's about and what I can gain from it and how we can do it in the future. And I've shared these comments with our board president. She's not here right now. Excuse me, but I thought the conference had lots and lots of workshops that were beneficial, but I also felt that we could better serve the district with 2 and possibly 3 at the most representatives going to the next conference, especially in the times when we don't have the money like we do. And we need to plan it and sit down and organize who's going to go to what workshop and make sure we don't have any redundancy in the workshops. And we cover as many as possible throughout the time that we're down there. And that's what we've talked about, and I'm sure I don't think the rest of the board will have any problem with having a discussion about that, and we'll do it better and more efficiently And as far as the hotel rooms, everything we had to choose from was around $200 a night. There's just nothing. You'd have to go 40 miles and spend $40 each way to take a taxi to save to save $25. It was crazy. It would have cost more money to do it. They jacked the prices up because it's a conference, and we happened to hit WrestleMania at the same time. So one of our board members here, who remained nameless, had to spend $500 to bring his kids down for one night for a room because they were going on to Florida to a vacation. So they stuck you on the rooms. I mean, and we ordered the rooms months in advance, and they were $200 or so a piece.
And if I can just also speak very quickly to the issue about sharing rooms. Now, Board Member Brown and I had to do a flight together for something, and I was sitting right next to him on the plane, and I happened to fall asleep on the plane sitting next to him, and he kept nudging me. He said, "You're snoring too loud." So I can imagine sharing a room with Board Member Brown and how either he wouldn't get any sleep or I wouldn't get any sleep because he's always beating on me for snoring too loud. Sometimes my wife don't want to sleep in the same room with me, so I don't think that would work out too well.
That's funny. And all right, and it's very hard work. I mean, and you'd be surprised if you go in foyer. Then a lot of people are spending money on their own to go down there too, if you were to do that. So it's labor intense. It's not a vacation. You up at crack of dawn and you're there. You're really absorbing information, and you just wore out. If I had a choice, if it didn't have anything to do with the school, if I had a choice, I would never go out of town. Never. Ever. I hate planes. I hate hotels. I hate sleeping in other people's bed, eating food out. I'm a homebody. So I'll leave it at that. Okay. And the next one we have is Carol Millsap regarding the security guard situation at the high school.
A couple of months ago, I learned through kids that there was an incident with one of the security guards, and I didn't hear any other information about that. And I don't want to follow a rumor, so I was waiting to see if the district was going to provide some information to some of the parents, because was it an isolated incident? Did this happen to many students, to one student? So the security guard had inappropriate behavior with one of the students?
Well, if there's rumors.
And my next question after that is that the security guard or any personnel, are they allowed to resign, or should they be terminated on the spot because of that behavior?
If there's some information regarding your question and comment, Carol, that we could somehow get back to you on, we would do that for better communication and better clarification. Okay, so we'll put this on Dr. Edison right now. Not saying that he's going to do anything, but it sounds like that would be something over on his side of the fence regarding HR and personnel and things of that nature. So if it's something we can share, we would definitely share within the realm of the law. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry? Sure. If there's the best way of communicating within the legal realm of things, we would do that regarding the issue that Carol spoke of, if we can do something on that. Okay? All righty. Okay,
all right. It's a personnel issue. Legally, we cannot go into details about any personnel issue. As far as dismissal is concerned, there's a suspension with pay that it starts that way. I mean, this is almost universal when you think about it. It starts with pay, there's an investigation. If it turns out that there's enough evidence, then they're terminated. All right. If there's a case where legal action has to be taken, we by law have to report it to the police. Okay? That's pretty much it. That's about all we can really say about anything like this. Remember a few years ago, there was a staff member who was arrested, but not here. And we can't go into it. It's a personnel issue. It's confidential. Okay? And that's law. It just, so we can't send out a blast to everybody and say, Joe Schmo did X, Y, and Z, and if we do that, you know, personally, I like you all, but I'm not going to jail for you, you know, okay?
So for clarity, the expectation isn't that Dr. Edison would be sending an email, any kind of correspondence with pertinence other than what you just stated?
Basically, what we want is just the process, okay? The process to you. But if somebody happens like that, you've got to be very, very careful because, you know, otherwise we wind up in court, and personally, it's not one of my favorite places to be. Believe me, that's paramount in our minds, too. It's paramount. Believe me, there's a full investigation. We go after it, and we leave no stone unturned. Believe me. I hate them, too. Okay?
If they get arrested, then makes the paper, you can read it out. We cannot give out that information.
But you don't have any human resources procedure that says this happened, this
Okay.
And
All righty.
the police have been involved with this issue. Okay.
All righty. Next person up for public comment is Sheila Bartlett regarding policy changes.
Please use the mic.
Mine's pretty simple,
Mhm.
same exact question as I've had for the last two meetings,
Mhm.
especially Mrs. Sanders and I, about policy changes.
Mhm.
Us as parents and students, is the student handbook next year going to be updated? And I'm yet to find out where these changes are and what exactly the policies of the school are. What rules we're to follow. I still have no information whatsoever. And I'm wondering if and when us as parents, taxpayers, are going to know this information.
Okay, I can speak to, again, reiterate, however, because I did say to you at the policy meeting that we were going to update the policy book, but not in the middle of the school year. Do you recall that? And I remember, okay. Let me reiterate again, at the policy meeting, we specifically stated that we were not going to make any changes to the policy handbook until the beginning of, or in the next procedure for the following year. Your other question, or for next year, I apologize, for next year. So there will not be any changes, no updates to the policy until we go into publication for the next year.
When will it be public on the website? Because I know we were first talking about taking it down.
Right, and remember, we agreed that it wasn't going to be taken down. Okay?
So I know there's only a few days left, 30-some days left of school.
Uh-huh.
But again, with all these changes, I know that we don't want to do it until next year, but how are we and the students supposed to know what these changes are?
Well, you'll know what the changes are because they will be updated accordingly. And if you'll recall, in the meeting, we stated that we're projecting or proposing, I should say, to add the little caption on our websites about any updated changes. There's a lot of procedures that we want to discuss. Again, if you'll recall at the beginning of that meeting, talking about having administrators to be in the meetings so that in the beginning of the year, they will be able to present their proposals for new policies as they relate perhaps to their building. We explained to you the various, Mr. Elrod, if you would help me, but the various organizations, Illinois State, I'm sorry? Okay, Sheila, one thing I don't have to, I'm not sitting here and I don't need to fabricate anything. Mr. Brown was at the meeting, Mr. Edison was at the meeting, Mr. Elrod was at the meeting, Mrs. Tobin was at the meeting. There is more than just a few to say that we didn't have this discussion. The discussion, it's even in the minutes. So it's not anything that's being fabricated. Let me say this. At last month's meeting, you indicated also that you were going to send me an email about some concerns. You did not. I do not have an email from you to respond. I do not have an email. Anytime you've ever sent me an email or anyone sent me an email, I reply. So I never got your email. Okay? Okay. But if you don't get an email from me, I've responded emails to you from your personal requests where you've asked me for a lot of different things, and I've responded. Whether it was to your liking or not, I have responded. Okay. So. But let me, and I want to be clear too, because I need you made a statement in last month's meeting, and let me just reiterate. I chose the policy committee to chair for 2 years ago. I co-chaired it for, two years? And I chose it again because I think policy is critical and it's important. So if you think for 1 minute, and I think you've known me for quite some time, that I'm going to rest until the policy is corrected, updated, and to be honest with you, I've been reviewing the policy. To be honest, there is a declaration, and I think we kind of talked about this. It doesn't please everybody. It really doesn't please me, quite frankly, that there's kind of a disclaimer that suggests, and I don't want to say a disclaimer, what was the word we used the other day? Kind of, I'm going to go ahead with disclaimer until I come up with something better. The bottom line is the handbook suggests that there is verbiage, because it's a handbook. There's verbiage in the handbook that is not consistent or as cohesive as that's in board policy. But I'll give you an example. Yesterday we were in personnel and there was a discussion. I won't go into it specifically, but one of them was we thought, oh, well, our board policy can handle such issue. We had to learn that board policy doesn't even supersede, and I shouldn't say we had to learn, but it had to be reiterated that board policy doesn't even supersede Illinois State Code. So I'm saying that to say this. The handbook is and should be a reflection of and verbiage from the board policy. There are instances, and ever since probably February when this whole discussion started, that I can look in there and see that it is not verbatim, but there is caption in there that suggests board policy trumps, for lack of a better term, the handbook. I would say to you, as I did in the meeting, that I'm the kind of parent, still am, that when I went over the board policy, having been involved in it, I sat down and read that policy handbook whereby teachers asked me, turn in this handbook in 2 days. No, I won't turn the handbook in 2 days because I need to read it, I need to articulate it and understand it for my child. If it's something in there that I don't understand, then I'm going to take it to the next level. That's always been my personality, and I don't blame you for saying that you need to go by what you have seen and what you signed. That's what I go by, and if there's anything different, I will bring it to the attention, as you have, and we're working on it. There is nothing that we can do to put it in print now. I suggested a long time ago, and we're still working on, saying if there's an urgent policy to create a blast, and I don't know if you recall that in the meeting, to create an urgent blast that would allow people to know that a new policy is in place. Let's just use, for example, the new cell phone policy, just like it's listed outside on the verbiage outside. That is something that if a kid comes in from a different district, you need to know that, because depending upon where you came from, it may not be the case. But in short, we are working on the policies. It makes no sense to me, to be honest with you, to just go in and deal with one policy. If there are any policies that are of any inconsistent, and I'm not saying we're going in to change all of them, but we're going in to look at key policies in order to make sure that that there's no way for you to have a perception about it, another to have a perception, but that is as consistent and concise as it can be, given the consistency or the structure of the handbook.
The only thing is that I'm asking is communication.
Mm-hmm.
That's the main concern, that there is a lack of communication with things changing and things and us not being aware. That's all. That's what I'm asking. Is that if something changes, because it took so long for us to get the letter about the cell phone, things of that sort. That's what I'm asking.
Right.
As a parent, it takes some
Oh, I'm not, I'm trying to keep up with your question.
trying to make sure there is communication between the board, parents, and things of that sort. That's what we're trying to, at least that's what I'm trying to do.
We feel in certain situations the ball was dropped, and we have vowed that from now on that won't be an issue.
Yeah, because we have that communication manager over there. She's going to put her right hand behind our ears if we don't get the word out like we should. Right. So, yeah, I hate to use the word a problem. I like to say when you say the word problem, I look at it as an opportunity to excel. It's an opportunity for us to be that much better, to straighten up things, clear up things, and
Yeah, we're going to
do it.
We're going to work on it this
We're gonna
summer.
do
It's a living document, and we're going to update it and make sure it mirrors the board policy.
Well, we don't want to say mirror because that it meets the intent at minimum. Because,
Well-
again, you can't have every board policy and the handbook. It's the two different things, but that's a whole nother conversation. But we just want clarity that it meets the intent, that it's no vague
We'll have
gray area.
we'll have a discussion about that.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Sheila, one second, just one other thing. One of the things that I was able to abstract from the conference, incidentally, is that you can have, and I invite you, as Mike just said, we'll obviously have conversation because we have to debrief, but the idea of having, when we do have the board policy, we sit down as the policy committee, 1, 2 of us, and Mr. Elrod, and we're going through it. But I don't know if, again, you'll recall, Mr. Elrod indicated that they have an administrators. The administrators come together, and they say what they feel might be necessary. I mean, we're living in a different age and time. So even in, I think it was a Denver school superintendent that spoke at the conference, and he said, again, for example, in their district, it's okay to have iPods, cell phones, the whole bit. But at least they came to a general consensus. They brought it to their committees, parents. It was all vetted in a conversation. So even the idea of having, not just when we're not in agreement, conversations, but to come to these policy committee meetings, and I'm going to see if I can, I know I'm going to do it, to write it down to say, for those of you who would like to participate in the coming to, I mean, all policy meetings, all subcommittee meetings are available to the public. So coming in, there is public comment. And again, to have a say. I had plenty of say when I was a parent about how I felt about certain things. Now I have to say to you, I don't think I ever won any battles, but the fact of the matter is I had a say. So at least you know what policies are being presented, put forth and suggested, and you can not be surprised per se after they're printed. But they suggested something like parent, policy advocates, people. There is an end of the year presentation. What do you do? An end of the year climate meeting, Mr. Elrod, am I right?
It's an annual end of the year discipline committee meeting.
And parents are invited?
Yes.
Yeah. So even that, and to answer, Mr. Brown alluded to Mrs. Nash being our communication pieces. I'm hopeful that your schools, your individual principals, the people you see on a daily basis will be at these meetings, and they will be matriculating the information out, because it's no one person's task to ensure that every person is educated on the processes and procedures of the district, because if you have expectations for people to follow them, then everybody needs to know what they are, and that includes us as parents. So I hope you'll join us in that discussion.
Okay, thank you. And we already had someone talk on this subject, but I'll give this person an opportunity. Debbie, is it Sipker, and it's regarding the award of the regular education transportation bid.
My name is Debbie Sipcar. I'm the contract manager at Monee Central School Bus. I help provide the transportation. I came there the end of December. First, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I want to let you know that I live in this area. My husband and I work in this area, so we're very committed to the Crete Monee School District. I've built a good relationship with the transportation department in the past couple of months that I've been there. I work with the transportation department every day. We keep the lines of communication open and honest. I believe that if something's wrong, then I'm going to tell you. There's no sense in making up a story. I'm just going to tell you the truth. There have been issues in the past with Illinois Central School Bus personnel, but I have dug my feet in and I'm determined to provide Crete Monee 201U with the transportation service that they expect and deserve. I respectfully request that you award to Illinois Central School Bus. Thank you.
And just clarification, you are you are an employee?
I'm the current contract manager.
For the Illinois.
For
the bus company.
The bus company. Okay, understood. Thank you.
Debbie, can I ask one question? The gentleman who was here, I'm sorry, I neglected.
Kevin Ness.
Kevin. So I'm just reading some of the documents. He indicated that he was not aware of any of the concerns of the district. Are you aware of any of the concerns that we have before us?
I know things before yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. The next person we have up is Cynthia Hudson regarding taxes. Please keep the residents in mind. Good evening.
Good evening, residents. I just want to make a statement, as you all are considering the contracts with the teachers, please just keep the residents in mind. This is hard times for everybody right now, so, I'm quite sure no one needs to be hit deep in their pockets for taxes, so, don't raise the taxes sky high, so, I understand the teachers work hard and they do need raises, but, just keep in mind our pockets as well. And I know that's all I had on my form because I was rushing to again since I didn't use up about 2 or 3 minutes and I made some more comments.
Please do.
Okay. I just want to say as far as the Illinois school busing, maybe the bus companies can maybe let their drivers get sensitivity training as well. So, that might be an option. You may get a better bid, or you may get the job if you do that, because I stand out there on the the bus stops every day, and I wait until all of the kids are gone. We speak very politely to all the bus drivers. Some of them don't even speak.
Mm-hmm.
You really have to, I actually had to make one speak. Right. Regarding when you're going through your policies as well, regarding the grades, as far as I'm concerned, I believe that KACC's, the Kankakee Area Career Center, I don't know if they're considered AP classes or honors classes. I don't think they are. But if they're not, they really should be, because those kids do a lot of work, and the work is on a higher level of learning. The work is much harder, and I believe those grades should be considered AP classes because they are earning both high school and college credits for these classes. So I don't understand why these classes would not be considered an AP class or an honors class. And they should be getting credit for those classes. So if they earn a B at Kankakee Career Center, it should be considered as an A at the high school group. Because when they get their test and they can get the score of a 90%, Any other time that would be considered an A is considered a B there. 92, I believe, is even considered a B there. So just keep that in mind. And if that policy could be changed, I truly would appreciate it. I'm sure the kids would. Thank you.
All right. And Laura, is there anything you can do to look into that to see just where we stand and somehow capture that? I know we're running out of space on the website, but if it's, I don't know. That's a legitimate.
I will.
Just kind of, yeah.
I'll look into it. I'm not aware
Sure.
of the grading scale at Kankakee, and I can't answer the question right now about
Right.
whether we give honors credit for those courses, but I can certainly
Okay.
look into it and get back with Ms. Hudson.
Okay, if it's something you can share with the whole district, if you
Sure.
feel it to be warranted, please do. Thank you. Okay. A couple more here. And the next person we have is Tammy Burnham, student expulsion data.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'd like to discuss with you guys tonight the details that I got back from a FOIA request I sent in February this year. I requested the total number of expelled students over the last 5 years. I also sent FOIA requests to other districts in our area because I like to compare data. So here are some of the numbers that I found. With the Bloom High School, they expelled 65 students in 5 years' time, from 2009 until present. Trail, 64. HF, 31. The Ridge Schools, Central was 75. 86 at Ridge South, and 21 at Ridge East. Crete Monee, 3. Now, I know we don't have a bunch of angels here, so there's something that's going on. I'd like a little bit of clarification of why we don't expel students when all the other districts are.
I don't think we can really comment on that, but it's just me. I wish Crete Monee had 0. I really do. We want to keep our kids in school. We want to do those interventions and preventions and all of that. That would be my mindset. Really. Yes, but if it warrants, yeah.
It's pretty serious.
If
and if they found that many of these other school districts, what are we doing?
Yeah. So.
Okay. And 2, getting back to that National School Board Conference, not to beat a dead horse, but I also pointed some other school districts. Balloon didn't send anyone, and HF didn't send anyone, and the Rich School District of Frankfurt Consolidated, they only sent 2. So that's what I found.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. I believe this is the last person for public comments. If I'm wrong, please correct me. You know me, but I don't know you. But since I might be that popular, sure, bring it up. You want to bring it up? Do you have a form filled out? Well, you just bend and want to bend all the rules, huh? Get it. But in the meantime, go ahead and fill one out. Get it up here. And while we're waiting for Mr. Walker. Okay. All righty. Rhonda Payne. Regarding more communication with parents as regarding to the ACT prep. Thank you. All right. Good evening.
My name is Rhonda Payne, and my daughter is a junior and participated in the ACT prep workshop. Where it was a total of 6 weeks. We got the initial communication about the dates in which I believe they had to initially be changed because of the snow, because school was canceled that day. She went through the program. I didn't realize that there was testing at the end, towards the end, I think the second to the last week, there was testing. First, she gave me the incorrect date, March 22nd. I actually ended up calling the school finding out that it was actually that Saturday, March 29th. We were able to get her there for that. They took the practice test that last week of school before spring break. Now, when she came back, I'm trying to remember, but when she came back, they reviewed the test scores. She said that the grading was off. So I'm not sure of where she stands in order to prepare her to see where she needs to work or improve, because for whatever reason, she said the grading system was off. I would have appreciated more communication, either an email to parents as to what was to be expected and when those dates were. Because relying on a student, they have so many things going on, and which I'm depending on her to give me correct information, but at the time they're still teenagers. So I just feel like there should be more communication directly to the parents versus relying on the students to tell us the dates. And I would like to know the exact scoring, what the correct score. She came back with her sheets, but I'm not sure how to read it.
Who can better that process?
I believe probably the best thing to do is to contact Mrs. Malik here at the high school, or Mr. Dugan, the assistant principal or the principal, because they will have more information about the instructor for that course and exactly how the scoring works.
You have not contacted the principal of the high school?
I'm not yet, because
Okay.
she just, school was just back in, so
Okay.
I just received it was a scantron. And so I'm looking at the numbers, and she was saying, no, I didn't get this number, it was actually this number, because they made the corrections the last day of the session, during that session, right before spring break.
Okay, so end of the week, today is Tuesday. If you don't get an answer back from our principal, you want to contact Laura? Can she contact you? Okay,
Absolutely. And I'll make sure that I contact the high school and let them know that you have this question. So
okay.
Try and make that connection.
You're welcome. Thank you. And the last but not least, unless somebody else snuck something in here, Mr. Taft Walker, policy.
Yes, I just want to address it. This came up as the meeting went on. And I think I want you guys to give yourself a hand, the board, a real good hand. Because if you did address this thing right away, it was something very serious where we could be discussing someone's death, somebody hurt. So I'm glad that you did what you need to do, and we'll catch the policy up. Keep this school safe. That's your job. I'm very proud of you. Do what you have to do, and we'll get the paperwork caught up. We can't, anybody's child shouldn't get hurt here. I'm glad you acted fast. Do what you have to do, and we'll get the paperwork and get that together as we can. Do not let nobody get injured here. I don't want no child hurt. So thank you for making the choice to do that. Do not sit on your hands, wait for the paperwork to catch up. Do what you need to do to keep the school safe. So thank you.
Well, you can continue for another 5 minutes talking about the board. All right, thank you. Thank you. I think that should end our period of public comments. And next on the agenda is closed session. For our first closed session, there's no need to go into a closed session at this time. And following by board updates. But however, I would like a motion to move that agenda item down.
Mr. Brown, there's no need to.
No need to motion that?
Have another closed session scheduled later on, so there's no need to do that.
No, I was not doing it for closed session.
Board updates?
Yes, that's all right. Keep me in check here. Yeah. I do need a motion to move the updates, board updates. Let me finish here to the point of right after action reports. So between 10 and 11.
Move.
Second.
Moved by Board
Second.
Member Anderson, second by Board Member Sanders. Do you have any comments?
Why are we moving them?
Removing it because Dr. Hall had put this together, and she had an issue come up, personal issue, and she will be here, and she wants to conduct this.
Is she coming today?
Yes.
All right.
Okay. She should be here shortly. Any comments? Roll call, please.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel? Aye. Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Secretary's aye.
Okay, motion passed. And next on our agenda is administrative updates, curriculum.
Okay. Last month, I provided information to the board about our instructional practices inventory, which is a walkthrough protocol that our school leadership teams are doing to focus on school-wide instruction and student engagement. And this month, I wanted to share with you that we as an administrative team, we do teacher evaluation walkthroughs as more like a training exercise for our evaluators, and we've been doing this for several years now. And what we do is we organize ourselves into teams, and we go to schools throughout the district 2 or 3 times a year to work with our new administrators and practice collecting evidence for teacher evaluation. And the purpose of this is really to make sure that we have consistency between our evaluators, so it's not, just one person who evaluates, and if another person came in to do it, it might look different. So we want to create some consistency. We want to allow our administrators to collaborate around the evaluation process. Make sure we have a uniform understanding of our evaluation framework, practice our evidence collection, and really have opportunities for professional conversations. We had 3 scheduled this year. We had 2 that we completed. The January one was canceled due to inclement weather. And they're really very valuable opportunities for us as administrators to really have some conversations around our evaluation model and make sure that we're all on the same page. So the one we just did right before spring break, we did it on the Wednesday before spring break. We came to the high school, and I've included in the board's packet kind of the schedule that we've done for both walkthroughs.
So that was the October 30th?
October 30th, we did the middle school. Typically, we like to do the middle school or the 6th grade center. We typically come to the high school because they can accommodate a large group of administrators. And then we like to go to an elementary school. We didn't make it to an elementary this year just because of the weather issue. But,
Okay.
we go by departments, and we're focusing on certain aspects of our evaluation tool. Around evidence collection. And so our last one that we did right before spring break, we were here at the high school, and we've been doing them at the high school now probably for the last 6 years. And I will have to say that the feedback from all of our administrators was very positive. Kids were engaged, teachers were providing quality instruction, we saw no behavior issues. And we thought that was great because we were 2 days from spring break, and it was just a really nice experience, quite a change from 6 years ago. So
Wow.
I just would like the board to know that.
Wow. Excellent. So 6 years you started with the high school.
We've been doing these
at 6
throughout
years.
the district, yes.
And do you see consistency between the evaluators?
We do, actually. I think we have, and I don't know if my principals are still here, but we do have some very good conversations around what we see and where it fits into our evaluation framework, and making sure that everybody's looking at what they see through the same lens, so that it doesn't vary from person to person. It's always good to have other sets of eyes, and it's a great experience for our new administrators because they get to go out with experienced people and get to learn how to do this, and we give them support.
So this is kind of a procedure or guidelines that you guys created in-house, or did you go outside and steal shamelessly?
No, we created it in-house.
In-house,
It's our own training.
Training. Okay. Excellent. That's good stuff. Comments, questions? Okay. Alrighty. Is that it, Laura? Keep up the good work. Sale route is on you. Student affairs.
Mr.
For your
Chair,
updates.
I think at this point I'm supposed to be deferring to either Dr. Hall or Board Member Sanders. However, if it's the board's desire, I will go forward with my report.
Yeah, you do it so well.
Alrighty.
Well, I'm learning. That was one of my faults in my 9 to 5. I don't know how to delegate.
My administrative update
Do you need
has...
this at all?
Mrs. FOIA report.
What are you saying?
The FOIA report that I'm about to do.
Okay.
Okay? All right, very good. First of all, I received several requests. I'm going to get through these as quick as I possibly can. This FOIA report was prepared, obviously, under the Freedom of Information Act. The first request I received was from Jan Renstrom, dated March 7, 2014. The request was for copies of all forms of communication regarding any updates, changes, and recommendations pertaining to the cell phone policy prior to the approval of the 2013-14 Crete Monee High School handbook between the CMHS administration, Mr. Elrod, and Dr. Edison. The status: this request was completed in full on 3/21/14. Number two was a request presented on March 4th by Mrs. Millsap via electronic email. She requested a public statement given by the Board of Education President, Dr. Nakia Hall, at the February 2014 regular board meeting regarding the fights at the high school. She also wanted to FOIA the statement given by the board secretary, Kim Sanders, regarding her feelings as a parent and the action she took with her own child because of the fights in the high school on February 3rd, 2014. Status: completed on March 10th, 2014, sent to the requester by way of email. Mrs. Millsap was also directed to the district website under communication as it relates to the media gallery to obtain a copy of a video communication pertaining to her requests as it specifically related to the information she wanted from Dr. Hall. I indicated to her that there were no emails and paper documents of any form or fashion as relates to the communication. Therefore, she could seek this information by way of the board tab where all the information was recorded. Number three, Ms. Brenda Messick, by way of email, sent February 28th, 2014. There were three requests. How many instances of inappropriate behavior between any staff member in Crete Monee School District and students have been reported to the Board of Education over the past 3 years, and the specific conduct such as sexual contact, inappropriate relationships, lewd behavior, assault, and battery, and harassment? Number two, the exact policy that is in place regarding dealing with issues of inappropriate contact between staff and students. And number three, does the district ever check to make sure that personnel have not been arrested or convicted of any crimes after they have been hired? If so, how often are these checks done? Status: all above items were completed on March 12, 2014 and forwarded to Ms. Messick via email. Number four, Ms. Tammy Burnham sent a request on March 6th, three items. One, accounting for all lawsuits and all complaints brought against Crete Monee School District 201U from 2008 to present. Number two, the outcome of the lawsuits and complaints brought against Crete Monee School District 201U from 2008 to present, including any cash settlements awarded out of court. Number three, an accounting of all monies paid to the district law firm with itemized billing detail regarding such complaints/lawsuits. The status of this report is that a request was was requested by the FOIA officer, being the person of myself, which made the request completed on March 27, 2014. Number 5, from Mrs. Susan Lafferty, Thursday, February 27, 2014, and all electronic and written communication and documentation regarding the resignation, retirement, and/or leave of Gene Cahan or John Rogers, and 2, all expense reports for superintendents, assistant superintendents, and Board of Education members for the past 2 years. Status: all above items were sent electronically on March 11, 2014 to the requester. Number 7, from Jean Winstrom, dated March 5, 2014. One item: all copies of all forms of communication regarding any updates and changes, recommendations pertaining to the cell phone policy prior to the approval of the 2013-2014 Crete Monee High School handbook between Crete Monee High School administration, Mr. Elrod, and Dr. Edison. Status: the above request was completed and sent electronically on March 12, 2014. Item number 7, Tammy Burnham, Tuesday, March 7, 2014. One item: electronic communications, including emails and or text messages sent and received from all members of the school board during all Crete Monee School District 201U school board meetings from June 1st, 2013 through March 6th, 2014. The response to the above request was sent on March 18th, 2014, which stated that after an exhaustive search, the information requested did not exist. Therefore, the request was denied. Number 8, Sandy Walters, Wednesday, March 19, 2014. Number 1, correspondence between Mrs. Sanders and Mr. Edison following the fight on February 3, 2014. Status: this was completed on 3/19 and forwarded to the requester electronically via email. Number 9, Brenda Messick, March 13, 2014. There are several items. How many teachers, in parentheses paraprofessionals, are employed for the special needs program in Crete Monee School District, listing the number for each individual school. The exact amount of students enrolled in each individual school in the special needs programs. The specific rules or guidelines regarding how the students in the special needs program are to be monitored or supervised going to and from areas of their school often other than their homeroom. Whether or not the rules about using cell phone apply to the teachers in the special needs program while they are supposed to be supervising students in the schools, not on break or on their lunch period. Last item: do the rules regarding cell phone usage apply to security officers while they are working, not on their break or not on lunch period? Status: these items were completed and forwarded via email on March 20th, and they were forwarded to the requester electronically. Item number 10, Tammy Burnham. Request was made on March 18, 2014. Previous request was sent on March 7, 2014, which was denied due to the request information of being non-existent. The second bullet, I would need additional information and proof if it does not exist, which was her response. According to the Will County State's Attorney's Office, Will Glasgow, you have a duty to try to fulfill this request. Here's a copy of the new law regarding FOIA and electronic communications by board members at public hearings. Status: the video evidence could not establish, as was contended, that the email or text messaging was actually taking place. More importantly, if the video evidence could establish the text or emailing did take place, it could not portray the content of any communication which was sent or received. The request was hereby again denied since there were no responsive documents to the requester's request. If the request was seeking personal communication of board members to the extent that such exists, it is denied as those documents are not public records as defined by the Freedom of Information Act. The requester was advised that the denial of the request could be reviewed by the public access counselor at the Office of the Illinois State's Attorney under Public Law 5 ILC 140-9. You can file your request to the review PAC officer in writing, and the public access address was given. Office of the Attorney General, 500 2nd Street, Springfield, Illinois, 62706. There's also a fax number as well as an email that she was referred to. Item number 12, Lenny Jarrett, March 10th, 2014. Electronic copies of all emails, including attachments, sent or received since February 13, 2014 via school district email services with the following keywords. Please redact personal information as required by FOIA laws. Reminder, this does not include district personnel names and email addresses. The specific name or that was being referred to was Dillard, D-I-L-L-A-R-D. Status, after an exhaustive search following the above parameters, there was no such communication. Requester was apprised of this on March 21st, 2014. Number 13, Mrs. Millsap. Copies of all means of communication, emails, papers, etc. between board members and the teachers union regarding the teacher's contract. I would like also all of the means of communication between all 7 board members regarding the Board of Ed's stance on the teachers union / negotiation, specifically the post on the district website dated March 11th. Third, I would like to see how all 7 board members were informed of the post prior to releasing it on the district website and any response thereafter. Status. The requester was apprised via electronic email on March 24, 2014 that the request for information is denied since it seeks records relating to collective negotiation matters between a public body and its employees and/or employee representatives, and that is covered under Illinois Statute 5 ILCS 140-771P. In addition, the requester was advised of the following as required by law. You also have the right to seek judicial review of your denial by filing a lawsuit in the State Circuit Court under, again, State Statute 5 ILCS 140-11. If you choose to file a request to review with the PAC, you must do so within 60 calendar days of the date of denial. 5 ILCS 140-9.5A, please note that you must include a copy of your original FOIA request and the denial when filing a request for the review with the PAC. You also have the right to seek judicial review of your denial by filing a lawsuit with the state court, 5 ILCS 140, again, -11. If you choose to file a request for review with the PAC, you must do so within 60 calendar days of the date of the denial. 5 ILCS 140-9.5A, please note that you must include a copy of your original FOIA request and this denial when filing a request. You have the right to have the denial of your request reviewed by the Public Access Counselor at the Office of the Illinois Attorney General under 5 ILCS 140-9.5A. You can file your request for review with the PAC by writing to Public Access Counselor, also Officer of the Attorney General, 500 South 2nd Street, Springfield, Illinois 62706. There's a fax number as well as the email address to the PAC officer. Next request. This was filed by Mrs. Millsap, March 24, 2014. Again, I would like to see how all 7 board members were informed of the post, releasing it onto the district website, and any response after. Status. This portion of the request was denied as well, as the communication reference still deals with negotiations. Denial response was sent electronically via email on March 20th, 2014, and that concludes my FOIA request for March or April 15, 2014, and respectively submitted Assistant Superintendent George Elrod.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Elrod.
You're welcome.
I really appreciate the hard work that you did to address the issues. We will give you a bonus next year. Oh, you are retiring this year? Okay. Well, thank you. I do have just one comment. When you state the phrase or the word denied, is that in the Illinois Code language, or, because it seems to be somewhat harsh, is that just the way you, the way the process?
That is the way it has to be worded.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great.
George, just one other question. Just sitting here, and again, thank you again for the work and the effort. I heard a lot of redundancies, and I've myself filed or requested Freedom of Information request. And I know that you need to be specific or better specific or at least concise, and at times it can be a fishing expedition at best. Let me just ask, because we all sat here for this entire time listening to that, is there a way that, because the information is just, the questions are being asked, I would love, and I think I kind of stated it last month, that we find a way, because it's public knowledge. They requested public information, so it's public knowledge. I think it's only fair somehow that, especially for the redundancies, and I feel fine that people should know what is being asked and then the answers that have been received. So, for example, I'll just use one in specific. When you ask a question and then you get the answer, but the information was used to be conjecture or to be defamatory, and when that is proven to not exist, how do we communicate? Because it is a slap to many degrees in the faces, as if these things didn't happen or there's something to hide. FOIA doesn't necessarily and shouldn't necessarily mean that. It's just somebody trying to get at information that they wouldn't otherwise normally have. But what is it that we can do? Because again, I believe we're an organization of integrity, and we don't have anything to hide. So how is it that you would propose or suggest? I know we've kind of talked about some things that we want to do as it relates to follow up with requests from this board, this business meeting, in addition to forums, but I don't know that that's going to alleviate some of the things that I've read that you had to answer, an email that has a person's subject text name in it. What do you have as a suggestion that we can offer as feedback, even down to something like frequently asked questions in a segment on the website or something that says, this question was asked, and how we might or did respond to it, because it's public information and it should be disseminated, not just that you got to ask the question, make a suggestion that some ill-gotten situation happened or thing was done wrong, pardon me, but that there is clarity in the matter. I know you don't have time to sit here and answer verbatim, aside from the ones that were denied, but the ones that there is actually something that you could share. How would you suggest that we can do that?
In terms of the redundancy, if it is not the same individual that's asking for the same information that 10 other people asked for, as a FOIA officer, and the way the rules of the game are crafted, you have to give it to all 10, even if it's redundant. It's not my position as a FOIA officer, because then under the rules, if I deny because it's redundant, then I have violated the statute.
Oh, I wasn't suggesting deny. I'm talking about making the request public. It's public information for those individuals to request it. Is it not public then to relay the information that was requested, the responses? You were obligated to give the responses. I'm just asking, can those responses and your answers be given? Let me be clear. If you ask if Kim Sanders sends an email to, what was it, help me, to Dr. Edison, there does exist an email that Kim Sanders sent to Dr. Edison. Maybe I'm somebody out there, what is it, a love letter? What is the letter that Kim Sanders sent to Dr. Edison? How do we communicate what that letter is? Why would somebody have wanted to know what that letter is? I personally, for my integrity and reputation, and I think anybody else would want to know what exists in these requests that people ask for, because it's the public's right to know as well. If there was some wrongdoing, if there was some illegal transactions, if that's the suggestion, then it should be cleared up. How do we do that?
Well, I think if I hear you correctly, one of the things I think I hear you proposing is that, for instance, all the information that was disseminated to accommodate these requests, which is quite a few, that it should be made available somewhere in a public venue that people, when they are considering making FOIA requests, can check to see whether or not these same requests have been addressed?
It doesn't matter if the request, because they have a right to request it again. I'm just simply saying that it's out there for public consumption. These requests have been made. You can make it 100 times.
Right.
If you want to, but there's an answer out there even for those who hadn't made the request. Nobody knows at this point. They heard you state what the requests were. They don't know the answers to the request. What was involved? Wonder why somebody wants to know why a letter. I have a right to send a letter, let's just say, to Dr. Edison. He's assistant superintendent, I'm a board member. I should be sending him emails. But why would someone want to know that? And it could be it is perfectly legit. But again, how do we, and is there any way, and maybe you can talk to, have a conversation, but I think it should be, I'm just saying, public for public consumption. It's not a secret what was requested because you've just given that. Now the question becomes, is it a secret? And I'm not suggesting that you're suggesting that it's a secret, but can it be made public, those requests, the results yielded in those requests?
For instance, if I had to reveal all the documentation that went into, and I'll give you one for example, the FOIA that requested all of the contractual information for administrators and the salaries and whatnot. There was a spreadsheet that it was voluminous. So to post all of that, and once you start first of all, we're not required to do that. That information goes to the requester. If the requester wants to share it, then they can do that. Doing that goes beyond the scope of FOIA. That's why it has to be answered in the way in which it is. It was either denied or it was granted based on the requester's framing of the request. If I had to put it out there for everybody in terms of what I gave you that you asked for, and it was a volume this thick, I'd have to go through and read every last one of those. Well, that's not a requirement of the FOIA officer and the position itself.
Ms. Sanders, what if, as far as Mr. Elrod's report, are you suggesting that, for instance, his summary report would be made public as far as, say, on a website, say FOIA request or FOIA reports or something like that?
Well,
Would
he
that
kind of,
suffice?
yes, and I think, and ultimately, you just answered a specific question for me, especially when it relates to me. I'm concerned to this degree, and I think I'm talking about transparency. I'll get that same letter or get the same information that you just posted, and I can pass it around to as many people as I choose to as well. Because I know what it's about. I'm simply saying more people should be aware of what this is being used to do. And I think whether it's me, whether it's anybody, the information should be, because even the suggestion, I heard it, is there some spending illegal? I think it needs to be clear that there is no wrong, because the suggestion is that if there is a measure by which we can dispel, because people just don't. I've been on this board for 5 years. I've never heard that many requests for information. There is a suggestion, there's a subliminal message, and I don't know how, and that's all I'm saying is that we need to, I'm going to continue to send messages to Dr. Edison, or anybody else I deem necessary to send a message to. Will they all be FOIA? That's up to the person. But what I'm saying is that we want to be as transparent and as open. So I would imagine, having sat here tonight, listening to all of those, well, gee, what is going on? So if there's any way, and you've helped me at least for my own individual space, I'll get the same information when I see my name attached to anything, and I'll just put it in the Daily Southtown so that it's clear. If it was a witch hunt, if it was a ghost chase, here it is, here's the proof. And I think that's important because we're dealing with people's integrity, their lifestyles, who they represent. So that's very important to me.
Okay. Any further comments?
I think we just got to accept the fact that people are going to FOIA stuff, and, that's the way it is. They want to FOIA it, let them FOIA it.
I
What's the
agree, I
difference?
FOIA, so I'm
Let them go for it, Kim. The public has a right to FOIA whatever they want to FOIA, and the people can look it up. But I agree with George, it would take hours to put all that out on the website.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Assistant Superintendent Elrod. Very fervent work you did, labor intense. and he was able to obtain what was necessary. Thank you. Alrighty. Next up is Bob with the 2013 levy final.
All right. The Will County Clerk's Office notified the district on March 28th of our final property values and our final tax levy amounts. In December 2013, the district submitted a levy to the county for $48,692,000, and this levy included a balloon levy of about $1.8 million. So like we discussed at the time, that the balloon levy is a extra amount that the district asks for in case there's additional new property, or if the EAV estimates that are given to us by the county are inaccurate. If those amounts change with the final numbers, then if we didn't levy enough, we would lose dollars. So we include that balloon levy, but explain how it will be removed later. So we levied for $48.6 million, but in December we said that we expected that the amount we would actually receive would be $46,913,000. So the final amount that we did actually receive, that you can see attached on board book here, is we got $46,912,000. So we got almost exactly what we expected we would receive. And then so therefore the full balloon levy amount of $1.8 million was removed out of the levy. And as discussed, the district will only receive the amount of taxes that the property tax law calculates. So the process worked as planned. And so you see attached on board book is our final levy sheet, which shows our final amounts by fund, shows our final tax rate, the final EAV amount, and then also, just like we do each year, after this board meeting, we'll post up on our website all the final levy documents for the 2013 levy.
Okay, any comments? Yeah, you was right on, Bob. Good job. Good job. All righty. Can I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by, was that Tom?
Yes.
Moved by Tom, second by Mary. Having comments? Discussion? Okay, Madam Secretary, can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Toure?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion passed. And next on the agenda is action reports. That was under consent. I just need donations. Hold on one second, Bob. Get that.
One donation.
Did you see it?
61. 61.
Okay, Bob, you're up.
Our middle school is planning their April 2015 Washington, D.C. trip, so this is the trip that will take place a year from now. And as part of that process, they must select a vendor to provide the travel arrangements for this trip. And so they've received 3 competitive quotes for different travel agencies that provide these services. Attached is the vendor comparison that the middle school put together. Financial impact, there's no cost to the district because this trip is paid for by the students. And the recommendation is to please approve the middle school's proposed vendor of World Strides for the reasons that they stated below. World Strides is the current vendor. They feel that World Strides offers the best value at the best price, and that is the vendor out of the 3 that they've recommended for using for next year for their trip.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve the selected vendor for the Washington, D.C. trip? It's coming up this spring?
No, next spring.
Next spring.
Next spring.
April 2015.
April 2015.
Moved.
Moved by Mary,
Second.
Second by Board Member Teray. Discussion? Roll call, please, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion passed. The next item up is for the regular education routes contract, transportation.
Okay. The background is we have our regular education route contract that's set to expire with Illinois Central this summer. The district originally put the contract out to bid during March 2014. At that time, only one vendor submitted a bid, and that price was significantly higher than current rates. So the board rejected all the bids during March, and the contract was rebid during April 2014, and we now have two bids that were received. Attached are the bid rate sheets. You can see the comparisons of the per year prices submitted by each vendor. And Illinois Central's total three-year contract proposal is for $8,651,000. And First Student's total three-year contract proposal is for $8,778,000. The current annual cost for regular education transportation routes is about $2.1 million per year. And the bids received increase this annual cost about $2.8 million per year. So tonight the board has three options. One is that all bids could be rejected. Two is that we could approve Illinois Central as the new vendor, or three, it would be approve First Student as the new vendor. So the recommendation from administration is for the board to move to find, well, first of all, for the board to move to find that Illinois Central school bus, based on the documentation provided, is not a responsible bidder. And then secondly, to move that First Student should be considered the lowest responsible bidder, and the contract be awarded to First Student for the three-year contract for regular education.
Okay. I would like a motion for Crete Monee 201U Board of Education moves to find that Illinois Central school bus is not a responsible bidder based on documented service issues during the course of the most recent FY12 through FY14 contract.
Moved.
Moved by Board Member Anderson.
Second.
Second by Board Member Heisel. Have any comments?
Yes. May I comment?
Please do.
All right, I shall. I'll try to stay as calm and as quiet as possible. But I have to say, as a board member and also as a parent, I was very offended by the statements that were made earlier by Mr. Mest, because I am not just a board member, but I was a parent first, and I have had a lot of complaints as a parent with this bus company. So if he had never received any information as to any complaints by the district, I would have to say, as a parent, that more than likely the fall or the failure started with his company, not with the board. Because I know that even before I became a board member, I had had conversations with Mr. Elrod about my displeasure with this company, just myself. So speaking from my own experience, to believe that there's a possibility that the district administrators lied about the information, I take offense to it. But I also take offense to the innuendo in a letter that I received from him today, saying something to the effect of, we need to be careful about litigation. I didn't like that. Didn't like it. That's my comment.
Mr. Brown, could you repeat the motion so that I have it?
Sure. The motion that's on the floor is that Crete Monee 201U Board of Education moves to find that Illinois Central School Bus is not a responsible bidder based on documented service issues during the course of the most recent FY12 through FY14 contract. Motion is still on the floor. Any comments?
I just want to say, earlier, we the gentleman came up along with another community member and an employee, I believe she said. And I think, when I asked the question, because I'm reading these documents, but as Mr. Anderson said, I too have children in the district and more than who are transported on the bus. And anybody can tell you, I think we all have the right to litigation and that kind of thing. It's just not a good practice. It doesn't feel good. People like to be in as much a harmonious business partnership as possible. And I too, I don't know if the word I want to use is took offense to the idea of the suggestion that if we make a viable decision based on the information that we have, as well as a common knowledge of our concerns, that somehow mitigates the fact that we should worry about or consider legal action. I think to say to you directly, again, we're an integrous people. We want the best for our students. I understand customer service and complaints quite well, worked in that industry for a long time. It's about progress, it's about improvement, and if not now, when, but we need to have the best scenario for our kids, and sometimes it may even cost us to do that. So I'm very poised in making a decision with a sound mind in relationship to this situation.
I'd like to also state that me also, knowing I have had to call Mr. Elrod myself as a parent, but even as a board member, it's not always was never just about your own personal experience. So to learn that it's more than my experience, I think we just need to understand that decisions made by this board is about all of our children. No matter what contract it is we're approving, we need to make sure that we're getting what's best for our kids. And safety is top notch.
Any further comments? If not, Madam Secretary, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Toure?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion passed. Have another motion for the Crete Monee 201U Board of Education moves to find First Student Incorporated as the lowest responsible bidder and to award the FY15 through FY17 regular education transportation route contract to First Student Incorporated. Can I have a motion?
Moved.
Moved by Anderson, Board Member Anderson.
Second.
Second by Board Member Sanders. Questions, comments?
I just want to make a comment, I called earlier to and talked with Bob. I want to make it clear to the public that I asked if First Student if we had done our due diligence and checked references and checked other districts, and can you tell us what the comments were from those providers, or those other districts, rather?
Yeah, we analyzed all the bids and then contacted references, received positive feedback from the references provided.
Okay, thank you. Just want to get that on record.
Thank you, Mr. Teray, Board Member Teray. Any further comments?
Mr. Brown, could you just read the motion one more time, please?
Sure.
Yeah, you be sure you get it, Terry, because it's hard to write it here.
The motion that's on the floor is as follows. The Crete Monee 201U Board of Education moves, that's plural, to find First Student, Inc., or Incorporated, as the lowest responsible bidder and to award the FY15 through FY17 regular education transportation route contract to First Student, Inc., or Incorporated. So the motion's on the floor. We had moved and second. We had comments. Any further comments? Madam Secretary, please take a roll call.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion passed. Next action report is the special education routes contract.
Okay, our second contract is for the special education. All the same process and timeline with this bid, and attached are the bid rate sheets comparing our three bidders that submitted bids. And the final total 3-year cost from the lowest responsible bidder, who was American School Bus, is for $2,659,000. American School Bus is the current special education route vendor, and the proposed rate for next year, which is about $54,000 less than what we're paying this year. So we actually received better prices for the new bid, and we'll be able to keep our same vendor as well.
We having any issues with this vendor?
We've had good experience with ABC and their handling of the special ed routes. And so the recommendation is to approve the lowest responsible bid from American School Bus.
What's the term, Bob, again? How many years?
It's for 3 years,
3
so
years?
15, 16, and 17.
Okay, can I have a motion to approve American School Bus as the vendor of choice for the special education routes
Second.
in the contract period FY 15, 16, and 17?
Oh, hurry up.
So we have Board Member Teray moved,
We jumped the
second
gun.
by Sanders. Any comments? Roll call, please, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel? Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye, Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion passed. Next item on the action report is the Early Learning Center Secured Entry or Interest Project.
Entry?
Interest. E-N-T-R-A-N-C-E. Entrance.
Yeah. Okay, this was the project that we put out to bid regarding adding the secure entrance doors at Early Learning Center. It would be the one set of doors when you enter on the Early Learning Center side, and then also the other set of doors where you come in the central office main entrance. And and this would block access to anybody entering the building. They would have to check in with the Early Learning Center office before they gain any access into the actual section of the building which has students in it. So we went through the bid process, and bid was advertised in the Southtown Star. It was also posted on the district website, and then also was posted in the Dodge Plan House. 7 companies submitted bids. The bids were open and read publicly on March 27th at 2 o'clock. And Stronghold Construction of Monee, Illinois was the low bidder. So the low bid for the security entrance work is $78,530. The funding for this project would come out of the Capital Development Board funds, and the low bid for the additional, and then there's an alternate bid attached to this as well to complete some additional exterior door work in the amount of $8,635. So that additional exterior door work is related to some life safety items, which are part of our long-term life safety plan. So the funding for the $8,600 are coming out of life safety funds. So the total combined contract amount for Stronghold Construction would be $87,165. So the recommendation is to accept the total bid from Stronghold Construction, including the alternate bid, for a total of $87,165.
We got a motion.
This is the one we talked about having in place before school starts, right?
Yes, this work would be done before the beginning of next school year.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the contract work by Stronghold Construction for the amount of $87,165 to do some security work at ELC Secure Interest Project? Got that? And some other interior doors relating, exterior doors relating to life safety.
Moved.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by Heisel, second by Mary. Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Teray?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Okay. Next item on the action report is custodian supplies.
So this is our annual custodial supply bid. We have, the bid was advertised in the newspaper and also on the district website. We had 8 companies pick up, or 8 companies actually submit bids, and the bids were open on March 26th. The funding for custodial supplies comes out of the Operation and Maintenance Fund, and the total cost of this bid is $13,024.10. So the recommendation is for the Board of Education to accept bids from Inlander Brothers for a total of $9,487, and then accept the bid from HP Products for a total of $3,356.
HP Products.
Bob, I think we should let the public know that due to the diligence of the custodial staff and their supervisors, that we have saved a significant amount of money this year because they conserved product from last year. If I remember right from the committee meeting, it's several $1,000s, correct?
That's right, and then and I'll break it down because Daniel provided a comparison to last year's figures. It looks like for custodial supplies last year we spent about $15,000, and now it's down to about $13,000. And some of the other bids that will come up have bigger savings than that.
Good, thank you. I'd like to give credit where it's due.
Okay. Need a motion to approve the custodial supplies for the contractors that was listed for the price that was listed.
Moved.
Moved by Mary.
Second.
Second by Board Member Teray. Roll call, please, Madam Secretary.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Heisel?
Mr. Heisel departed.
Mr. Heisel's back.
Okay.
Sick.
Wow. Okay. Mrs. Stockman then?
Aye.
And Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion passed.
Me.
Oh, wait, you forgot, Mr. Chair.
Me is an aye,
Oh,
too.
Mr. Terray,
I'm an aye,
sorry.
too.
I'm
This is
sorry.
the first one, that's what you snuck,
Right.
That's
snuck that
okay.
one
It can
past.
pass if you
Just
vote.
like at home.
Sorry.
Okay,
Let's
did you
pretend like
get
nothing
that?
happened.
Selected hearing.
See there?
That was for paper.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, motion passed. We have two more. And number 7 on the action report is custodial chemicals. Those good old chemicals.
We didn't. Papers first.
Thought I
There
did
was
papers.
supplies.
Oh.
The first one supplies, we have paper next.
Paper.
HP, right.
That's why you taking
Custodial
minutes.
supply. But you're messing me up.
No,
Custodial paper.
I'm just trying to expedite things here.
Yes.
Okay, next on the agenda item is custodial paper.
Okay, so for the purchase of custodial paper products, we had 7 companies submit bids, and they were open on March 27th.
Hey, can I have a motion to approve the vendors that was stated for the price that was stated for the custodial paper?
Moved.
Oh, second.
Moved by Anderson, Board Member Anderson, second by Board Member Stockton. Comments, please?
I have one question. What kind of toilet paper did we get?
Those prices include the single ply. It was a significant increase in cost for the double ply.
Well, you missed the last finance meeting, and I raised the concern that's been brought to me by some people about the toilet paper we use in the district, and they literally tell me that it melts. So I asked, can we get some better toilet paper if it's not too costly?
We can do that. In order to do that, we would have to, I would recommend that you reject the bid from Performance in the amount of $8,599. That was the cost for the toilet paper, and then you would have to replace it. The replacement cost for the double ply would be $16,000. So it goes from $8,600 up to $16,000.
Are you kidding?
Because we did get alternate bids for the double ply.
They said, don't worry about it.
No, let's just eat less.
So based on that price difference, that's why we recommend the standard.
Let it evaporate.
Okay,
Well, I
let
tried.
me reel these board members back in.
Okay.
All right. So we'll stay with what we have.
Oh,
And I just wanted to mention too that last year the cost for the bid was $34,581, and this year the prices are down to $20,269.
using some better trees. Okay, motion's on the floor. It's been moved. It's been second. And comments? Madam Secretary, roll call, please.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Terray?
Aye.
I couldn't forget you, Mrs. Stockton.
Aye.
He's not here. Mr. Brown?
Aye.
And Dr., no, I'll wait for you.
Secretary.
Secretary's aye. And my guy departed, Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Motion passed. Next action item is to talk about the custodial chemicals.
Okay, so for custodial chemicals, we had three bids submitted. They're open on March 27th. Total cost is going to be $15,834. So the recommendation is to accept the total bid from Inlander in the amount of $9,590 and accept the bid from HP Products in the amount of $6,243.
Okay. No, I started. You okay? Okay. Can I have a motion to approve the custodial vendors for the chemicals as the price listed? HP for $6,643. And we had another figure?
Inlander.
And Inland? And what was that price for Inland?
Inlander was $9,590.
$590. Motion, please.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Board Member Stockton, second by Board Member Anderson. Comments?
Just one. So, Bob, I'm just clarifying. We used Inlander and HP for the custodian supply bid and for the chemicals. Am I right?
Yeah, custodial supplies, we have Inlander and HP Products.
And
And then we have the same two vendors for, the low bidders for the chemicals.
So, just out of curiosity, because I'm seeing they're getting this business, when we do this, will we ask Daniel if these guys, because this is a huge, ultimately it amounts to a huge contract, because they've gotten the supply, the paper, and the chemicals. Is that why the price is significantly lower, or are we, how do you say it? You do a large buyout because we're doing so much business with them? Could we ask that question?
Well, the bids are all, they're separate, completely separate bid processes.
But I'm asking, is it
So-
appropriate to, because we're doing so much with them, or
Right,
is
with the
it,
volume
is it
discount.
the volume? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
And that's
volume.
like, for example, some of these vendors, if they're part of like a purchasing co-op or something like that, then they get offered bulk discounted type pricing. But really, it's up to the individual vendor as part of the bid process. They just submit the lowest bid that they think is going to, get them the contract. And then, as you can see, we have a lot of companies submitting bids. We had 8 companies on the custodial supplies, and then 7 on the paper. I guess there's only 3 on the chemicals, but so it's multiple vendors turning in their prices. And you can see, like in the bid tally sheet, what we do is we select the lowest prices by category. So all the business doesn't necessarily just go to one business. That's why we're recommending multiple vendors for each bid, because what we can do is we go through the bid rate sheet. We pick for this category of products, whatever vendor was the lowest, they get it. You go down to the next category, whoever was the lowest for that category will get the bid for that. So if they're preparing a bid and they know they have all 3 of these bids coming in, they might know themselves that they're going to have higher volume, so we might get some discount from that. But it's not necessarily directly related to any type of agreement between us.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, we have to follow the process that's laid out, just with the bidding process.
Oh, I wasn't trying to avoid the
Right,
bidding.
but
I was
I
just
understand.
saying if they, is this something we could have asked just to see if they, I would imagine now strategically, once they saw all of the bids, they probably said, if we want to get all of this, it would be to their benefit to submit.
Let me just make a clarification on that. You said once they saw all of the bids, it's a sealed bid, isn't it?
Well, probably, once they see all the bid specs that are out, they know
The
that
bid
we have
specs.
a bid for this, we have a bid
Right.
for that. But yeah, they
But
would never
see someone
any
else's bid.
specs.
Okay,
Because
okay.
they're all in the room when we open them, so.
Okay, it's a
And then
sealed bid.
Also, the chemicals last year came in at 35,000, and due to, keeping track of inventory, knowing that we don't have to order as much this year, also getting better pricing, it's down to 15,800 this year. So that was another, you can see on all 3 bids, the cost is lower this year. This one's actually the biggest saving.
Now, when you do the sealed bid process, and there's a time and a date that they ought to have their bids in. Has anyone not made that time, came in a minute late, 2 minutes? Are you adhering to the minute, time-wise?
Yeah, I mean, we typically will all be in the room a few minutes before the time, you know, let's say if the time was 9 o'clock, at 8:59 we wait to the last minute. Once 9 o'clock hits, then we say, you know, the time is now 9 o'clock, we're going to start opening bids. If somebody were to run in at the last second, they would be too late.
Got it. Okay. Great. So the motion's on the floor, and comments has been heard. Madam Secretary, can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Toure?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion passed. Last item on the action report is the recommendation to reject all bids for fertilization.
Okay, this is for the fertilizer for the different athletic fields and various grounds across the district, fertilizer and weed control, pest control. And so we followed the standard bid process. We had 2 companies submit bids, and the bids were open on March 31st. And the district received bids from 2 companies. Only one of the bids was complete, so one of the bidders, they had filled out the bid, but they didn't fill out all the information, so their bid was not valid. And last year, the district accepted a bid for $52,000. The current bid this year is significantly higher than last year. So what we're recommending is that we reject this bid and then rebid the services next month. And then in the meantime, for the few applications that need to go down during the April and early May, what we can do is we can use our current vendor just based on standard pricing, and then get a new contract in place at the May board meeting, because the prices are so much higher. We just don't recommend approving just having only one price to pick from. So.
Okay, we'll keep, Dan, we're going to keep up with the football field. We're already on that, right? And the other fields that we need. Okay.
Okay, I will like to have a motion to, as been recommended, to reject all bids regarding to fertilization.
Moved.
Moved by Board Member Toure.
Second.
Second by Board Member Stockton. Any further comments? If not, roll call. Madam Secretary, please.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Anderson?
Aye.
Mr. Brown?
Aye.
Mrs. Stockton?
Aye.
And Mr. Toure?
Aye.
Secretary's aye. Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Motion passed. So that concludes the action report. And the next item on the agenda is something that we had moved, and that was board updates. And at this time, I'm going to turn it over to our president to conduct this board update session of the meeting.
I'm ready for it.
Okay, in this portion of the board meeting for our board updates, the board will be giving an overview of the National School Board Association conference that we attended on this past week, and we're going to be giving a presentation. Okay, the National School Board Association, I felt that I needed to give some background to some of the organizations that our school board is connected with. The National School Board Association is an association that represents over 90,000 board members across the country, and it's basically an army of advocates for public education, and it is the school boards association, just like teachers have an association, or just employees have associations, and it is our national level. On the state level, it's the Illinois School Board Association, which works with our Illinois State Board of Education. The ISBA provides conferences and trainings as well. Recently, the state of Illinois has mandated that board members take certain trainings. I've been on the board for 5 years, and that mandate was not in place until, I believe, a little over a year ago, almost 2 years ago. So there's certain workshops that your school board members have to take, and I can tell you that all of your board members are in compliance with that. Also, the Illinois School Board Association provides trainings, retreats. We've had our our ISBA representative come in and do board workshops with us, and they talked with us about board relations and many topics. They also lobby in Springfield on behalf of school districts. As far as, the Large Unit District Association, which we refer to as LUDA, is basically an organization that promotes the sound and efficient operations of large unit districts, which we are. Large unit districts are defined as school districts that service students from pre-K through 12th grade and have over 3,500 students, so we qualify for that. So LUDA lobbies on our behalf as well, not only with legislators, but they're connected with universities and organizations, and they bring information to large unit districts in regards to having large districts and high amounts of students. As far as governance, the school district is governed by the Illinois State Board of Education. We refer to this as ISB. ISB is the Illinois State Board of Education, and they provide leadership, assistance, resources, and advocacy so that every student is prepared to succeed in careers and post-secondary education, and they share accountability for doing so with districts and schools. So they're our main governing source. The state laws come down through ISB. ISB also has a state superintendent that's over the state of Illinois. Our current state superintendent is Chris Cook. Under ISB is the Regional Office of Education, which also has a superintendent. He is the Regional Office Superintendent. His name is Sean Walsh, and he serves as a mediator between the local school districts and the State Board of Education, and he receives calls about what's going on in local school districts. So he's kind of that go-between between us and the state. When we went to this year's conference, it was 6 board members that attended the conference, and we attended many workshops and presentations, and we went to workshops and presentations that we're dealing with many areas. So our presentation is divided up in those areas. So as we go through our presentation, each board member who attended the workshop will comment on the workshop, and we just thought it important to give feedback to our public just to clarify that we went to the conference, we learned a lot, and this is not the first conference we've gone to. We go to the state conference that's held in November of every year. We also participate in IASB workshops, as I stated earlier. Many of us have sat in hundreds of hours of training. I myself am what they call a master board member, which you attain that status once you complete so many trainings. And I've been a master board member for 2 years. And I believe we have a couple of board members that are recognized in the leadership program at IASB. And actually, we could probably have some more master board members if they submit their hours. And also last year I was recognized by the National School Board Association as well for working on the state level and the national level for education. So as far as curriculum, are we ready, board?
Sure.
Mr. Brown, you're up.
That's not him, is it?
Well, we kind of had a taste of this by our fourth and fifth graders earlier today, but I went to a session. It was a dynamic session that basically they said the school district that gave the session basically said, "Hey, we will at 100% have our kids, once they reach the fourth grade level, read at fourth grade." So, and given that, I thought that was an opportunity for us to look at some of the things that we are doing, and it sounds like we're on the right track doing that. But what really got me was, in a good way, how everyone in this district was so in tune with trying to make that happen. They had some naysayers, basically, and the question was asked to those naysayers, is it going to be your child that's not going to be part of that 100%? And that kind of stopped them and actually brought them into the picture. So this school district was dynamic. I can share it with the rest of the board who that school district was. But I thought that was a great success story. It was a school district about the same size of ours, same makeup, to have 100% by the time the kids got to the fourth grade, reading at fourth grade level, and to carry that out throughout the entire secondary and secondary grade level. So that was excellent. Do I have using data too?
Next is using data to drive instruction and student growth. Mr. Anderson.
Yes. If I can, Madam President, just preface my comments with a statement, because I know it was said earlier, question why we go to these conferences and why we do what we do and why we spend the money and so forth and so on. It is a form of professional development. As any business, you want your professionals to develop themselves on a regular basis, get the information that they need. I also would like it to be understood and known, I believe most people know that we as board members do not get paid for our positions. This is a volunteer position, and many times we spend our own money to do whatever needs to be done, as I have, and I've only been on the board for a year. So when the district makes the decision to say we will cover your costs for professional development and cover your costs for your hotel when you go, it's a trade-off, because I'm not asking for a salary. I knew I wasn't taking a salary when I first got the position. I did it because I wanted to and because I cared for not just my children but the children in this district. So I just wanted to go on the record to say that. Also, with the information about using data for instruction and student growth, I went to a conference or session that was instructed by or held by the Metropolitan Public Schools of Nashville. And one of the things that they were talking about in that conference was leveraging data to drive action. Basically what they were saying was there should not be assumptions as to why we do certain things or why we should participate in certain things. There should be data to drive what we do. And I feel that is the key here too. In a lot of different areas, that we should utilize the data that we have to make the decisions that we need and not just assume things or do things based upon hearsay or do things based upon what we feel are the best practices. But what does the data say? I am a data man. In that, they also were saying that they use that data to continue to improve in their school district, where they see the data says this is something that they need to focus on with their students. Then they utilize that data in order to put in place everything that they feel is necessary for their students to be able to improve. They also utilize that data in areas where they also combine people to make sure that there's a level of accountability. They use the data to make sure that every area within their district is accountable, so that no one is just flying by the seat of their pants, making their own decisions and doing those things that they feel that they want to do. But basically, every decision that is made is based upon the data that was gathered in order for them to continue to move forward, and they've had great success in doing what they're doing. And I think that's something that we could possibly do here too. I know that we're doing it in some forms, and I don't want to say that we aren't, But I'd like to see that even expand even more so than what we've already been doing.
Thank you. Using data and community partnerships to end the school push-out crisis. Mrs. Sanders.
Okay, well, I was really amazed at the information gained here. I spoke a little bit to our curriculum director, superintendent rather, with regard to questions that I have as a member and when making decisions. Sometimes we're not as well advised in our own individual knowledge, and as far as I'm concerned, you read a lot of information and paperwork that is and recommendations that are given to you as a board member. But for me, as Mr. Anderson stated, looking at the data, they taught us about the things that we do have, what boards can use aside from dealing with emotions and individuals saying, well, we need this or we want this. The data will tell us basically what it is that we should use to drive our actions. Specifically, and this was kind of new in my learning experience, they talked about schools making plans as far as enrollment, performance. They called it baseline data. They talked to us about resource and aligning, for example, dealing with our funding and staffing, as well as the space for teaching facilities, and how when we make decisions as it relates to staffing, how these things intermingle. We talked a lot about curriculum, monitoring, supports, and what I'd say again is there were a lot of, I think it was the Denver School District specifically, that was using, their school board rather, was using test scores as well as the performance and their environment. They had a committee, the way they described it, to along with as the community partners, to basically come in and say, based on this data, they were able to sell some of the referendums and the things that were needed or required for their school district. But I think, again, the statement kept being repeated, that people believe what they can read, as not as far as us just having to say, we believe, we think, we should have X, Y, Z, but more importantly what the data shows. And when you include, is what they said, the partners in the process, and getting them to understand the budget line items and any contracts or any things that you are dealing with, if they're part of the conversations from the critical points, including exactly how many people do we have enrolled in this school. And I think I remember years, some time back, where we wanted to build certain items, sports and that kind of thing. But if you included the partners, they say from the beginning, they would know that we can or we cannot do I call them our wants list. Maybe we focus more on our needs list based on the data sources and the cycles that are that we have available to us. So I think as a board member, I certainly am going forward, not that I haven't in the past, but I'm going to rely a lot more on the data, no disregard or respect to individuals, but show me the numbers, and the numbers should add up to what or the direction or the need that I can actually support. So that was great for me. Proof.
Okay, Books That Grow. We actually had a couple of board members that learned about this. Ms. Stockton, I believe, and myself were intrigued by a young educator who has an invention he made the invention based off of his own experience in the classroom. So I'll let you start, Ms.
Yes, I actually heard this gentleman speaking about two students of his. They were both at the 4th grade level, but one student could barely read and the other student read almost at an 8th grade level. Well, the first student acted out in class because he couldn't read. The second student acted out in class because she was bored. So he had to come up with a decision on how he was going to bring them together and keep them interested in the class. And Books That Grow basically is the same book, but at each child's level. And they can actually sit together after they read it and discuss it on the same level. And even the tape that he showed us of the teacher that actually had different level of students and a special ed student in that same class. They read one book together, the whole class, at whatever level they were at, and then they had a discussion, and even the special needs child could participate. She understood exactly what was going on, and I thought this was something that we could use in our district. I know it's difficult because it's all on iPads or, laptops or whatever, but even this school that was in the video, they did not have the money themselves to do it, but they used, business partners to help, whatever parents could buy, or, someone could either loan or whatever, so that these children all could benefit by this. And I think business partners is, probably like Laura asked me, she's like, how could we manage to get the money and funding for this? And I think we need to ask our business partners out there in the community, and because I think this is really the way to go to get our kids to really, I like today with the 4th and 5th graders. And this is wonderful, but there's a lot of kids out there that, one either can't, don't want to.
Okay. One was a lot of things I liked about this program. For one, our kids are using technology all the time. So when they have an opportunity to use technology, they will do it. This is actually an app that would be loaded on an iPad, and it made me think about my old days in the classroom where I had 3 reading levels, and each level had a separate reading book, and there were separate lesson plans for each of those groups. And what this does is it takes the same book, instead of having your kids reading different books, the same book, but it changes the vocabulary based off of the reading level that the student is at. So they walk away with the same understanding, but if you have a student that's reading at a higher level, their vocabulary is more advanced. The downside of it is the cost, because it is new. I know normally if we're using software, I believe we purchase a license, district-wide, or, however it's implemented, and pay a flat fee. This program, I believe they said, was $25 per student, and I'm thinking, by the time you try to get that in every classroom in our district, that's very costly. So I did share that with them, and I understand that it is something new, but it's definitely something. I don't know if we can look into piloting it. I don't know if we could look into putting it into our special ed classrooms, or if we want to select a certain grade level, at least to see how it does. I did ask how other districts were doing with it, and of course they said everyone's loving it, and I'm sure it would be. I'm just thinking of it as a teacher, thinking as a teacher myself. So, but it was a very good program. ACT Mastery and Boot Camp?
Actually, the ACT was a booth in the at the vendors, and I was very intrigued by this ACT boot camp because most of the ACT programs, like one of the mothers that came up and spoke about, her child went it for 6 weeks of the class, but even my own daughter, she came home with a book that was, 6 inches deep and, trying to go through it. But what I liked was the books were kind of divided. You had a math book, you had a science, you had a reading, you had an English, and it kind of focused on each area separately, and it kind of gave you a better understanding of what you were learning. It wasn't like everything was thrown at you at once. And then when you took the test, it was, it also trains you on, you don't have to worry about exactly answering the question, and, it's like how to work the question out. How to realize that, oh, this question was asked here previously in a different way, but I can find the answer over here or over there. And I mean, it's also another costly issue, but it's not as costly as most classes, and according to the lady I spoke with, it depends on the number of students. The more students you have taking the class, the lower the cost. So, and
mental capacity-based instruction versus age and grade instruction. Mr. Anderson?
Another awesome session. This is from a school district that's a little bit smaller than ours, but they had began not to just pilot but also master a program, and their program was so successful that they had a 0% dropout rate in their district. And the reason why was because they had employed the idea of having the children progress based upon their mental capacity rather than their chronological age. So for instance, you could have a student that was in a 3rd grade homeroom, but if the child read at a 5th grade level, then they would transport that child from the 3rd grade homeroom to the 5th grade homeroom for their reading, and then bring them back to 3rd grade. So they stayed with their peers of their age throughout most of the day, but would have specialized classes depending upon their mental capacity as opposed to their age. In their program, they also made the decision to make sure that if it was an issue with students not being able to grasp the concepts because it was just too much for them, they brought it down to their level based upon the things that the child might be interested in. So for instance, if a high school student had a problem with Algebra 1 and they couldn't just get it, but they love mechanics or something to that effect, so the teacher would bring to them the idea of the concept of certain things in dealing with like building cars and stuff like that. He was being specific about engine boards and stuff. I don't know anything about engines. Put oil in it, gas, keep going. But he was giving the explanation as to how he brought the concept that the child could grasp down to their level and compared that concept with an algebraic concept, and how the child got it. And they would have special classes for students like that. And they made sure that they didn't allow any students to drop out because of lack of understanding or a lack of help. They made sure that they kept engaging the children in order to keep them in school. And because of that, they had a 0% dropout rate. And once again, I thought it was a good concept, and I know that they said they had great success. I had even asked them, how in the world can you all employ this method with the whole idea of Common Core, and it being something that's going to be nationwide from now on? And they said, well, we actually started Common Core 3 years ago, so we were still able to stay within the guidelines of Common Core and implement these programs. And I said, well, wow, we need to take a trip to Kentucky to see how they're doing it, because I thought it once again is something that we can utilize, and I thought it was a really good program.
I want to make a brief comment about dropout rate. Ours is, I believe, 80% graduation rate.
80.
Last I got was 80 from last year, 2012-13, which of course is a concern. Of course we want every student to graduate. There was one workshop that I attended. There's certain school boards that are recognized by the Illinois Association of School Board and National School Board Association, and they get what they call Martyr Awards. So there was a session that highlighted those boards, and one of the things that they did in their community as far as student dropout is they actually went into their communities and got connected with those students who were still living in the community and put in programs. They connected with the villages to put in GED programs and solicit them to come back to school, and use that tactic to then, have students graduate, even if, it was a GED class. That was their approach, because it was just that important to them to help people who had dropped out. But I just want to touch on that.
And just real quick, just going back to that first when I talked about curriculum, on that same note, this one particular school district was so passionate to have 100% of their kids to read at grade level in the fourth grade, that if the mothers or the parents could not read, they would bring the parents in and teach them to read so they can read to their kid. And the superintendent periodically would come in early to read with the child that could not read. So it's real out there. And I think we are going that right direction here.
I concur.
School discipline, accountability, and school climate and collaboration. Mrs. Sanders.
Pretty much, all of this discipline, accountability, and climate, what you learn ultimately is, I think I heard someone maybe mention, Mike, you might have said, there are probably, 200-300 classes there total. And what I found interesting is that all of it relates to, at the end of the day, academics, finance, but discipline. You guys just talked about dropouts. They showed us in this class statistics that are clearly aligned to the idea that students are not necessarily engaged, that we need to do better jobs, even up to the levels of school boards, to ensure that we are engaging students long before they decide to drop out. They talked about data that dealt with our lack of engagement. They showed us statistics that deal with students who show certain, characteristics and why they have discipline issues. They talked a lot about why we shouldn't necessarily have these harsh punishments and disciplines. They say we spend a lot of time working on putting kids out of school, just like you guys are talking about, more the dropout rate as it relates to academics, but more importantly, exploring ideas that can keep students in our buildings. They say we spend a lot of time with the zero tolerance. I know Mr. Brown has been having a lot of dialogue in our policies, and just aligning policies so that they aren't necessarily so first stop, suspension, next stop, as some of our concerned citizens inquired earlier. You weren't here, Dr. Hall, but they asked the question about why we have low expulsion rates. And here, I think we might have won a Martyr Award, quite frankly, because they do not advocate for a lot or high incidences of expulsions. There were a lot of classes there that I attended that talked a lot about if we're standing up for education and accountability, then we need to be proactive in building the adequate relationships with the students so that we can have the proper dialogue well before it's time for them to come to the school board and be expelled. At the end of the day, for even the three, and I think we've been involved in two, the two have been heartbreaking, because at the end of the day, the student is expelled from school with the probability of not going on. That's either, they talked about the statistics, if you expel a student or if they're suspended 2 times in their high school career, the likelihood of them being prison inmates is more probable than them actually graduating. So I think it gave me pause to come back again, have some collaborative conversations about I'm not looking to see additional and to be mirroring our activity by other districts. If we're doing something here currently that curtails expulsion and or our discipline climate, then certainly we need to continue to do that, but more importantly, engage and find additional practices and alternatives. I want to just finally end by saying the largest school district in probably every class I went to, Florida believes in professional development because they were in every single class, and they have a promise program kind of similar to our alternative program, but they don't suspend kids for typical things that we're now suspending kids for, because what they've found is suspension and the ultimate expulsion, the zero tolerances. They're trying to keep this measure in-house, giving children a better opportunity. But what they said, the key is that you go to the local police, you get a waiver, or I forget how they termed it, but cooperative agreements, and I've heard Mr. Elrod say before that we have a reporting agreement with these agencies, but to go in there and have some conversations about saying that every time we call you, it doesn't mean we want these kids arrested, and we heard the word expungement. Once these kids go out and there's for some incident that they had at 17 years of age, their job probabilities are minimal because of the immaturity actions that they took, that took place, or for that matter, how someone perceived it. And I think that's where we need to have the more creative and collaborative conversations about how we address certain things. And I think we're on the right path with just the district leadership teams and other things that need to be created to build support around climate and discipline, as well as the accountability, even for parents and community members to support these measures.
Okay, thank you. I am going to ask us to be done with this in no more than 10 minutes if we can. 411 on school uniforms. Mr. Teray.
Okay, I'm going to do this very quickly. I went to the session on school uniforms because I was interested in seeing how school uniforms correlated to behavior in the schools. So what I found out was the main push for school uniforms started in 1995 in the public schools by President Bill Clinton, which surprised me. Okay, knowing President Clinton. But anyway, now that the levity's done, what I found out was pretty interesting. Some of the data that behind school uniforms and whether or not we want to consider adopting them. There was an 85% decrease in school bullying in the schools that used uniforms. So it took away the element of the kids teasing each other about what they're wearing and look at those goofy shoes and whatever attire they're wearing. And I thought that was pretty eye-opening. But being a 20-year soldier, I also realized that uniforms have a reason. So it does take away that stuff. There was a 75% decrease in discipline overall in the schools that used uniforms. Academic performance improved. Productivity, it promotes creativity and individuality because it takes away the one-upmanship on what do you look like today, so that kids can focus on bringing out their own creativity. It's also cheap, and that really rang a bell with a guy on Social Security like me. Cost-effective, 10 items range between $100 and $150, and that will keep the kids in school clothes, which used to be what they used to be called in the 50s when I went to school. Mom said, "Put your school clothes on," and that's really cost-effective for the families. The surveys went on with 83% increase in community image and enhancement, 79% perceived student safety increase, 44% attendance improvement, 90% of families find shopping much easier and of course much cheaper. 92% of the kids can get ready quickly in the morning, which is a big problem, as we all know that raise children. What was stressed, though, and it's very important, I think that we realize this, that they stressed if there's not a 65% or more buy-in by the parents and the students, that we should hold off implementing something like this until we get at least a 65% buy-in. So that's something to consider. They also sell shoes for $24 to $30, athletic type, non-skid shoes that look like little Nikes and I was impressed with all the positives. You can get school logos, you can get replacement of the uniforms is cheap and cost effective, and it takes away that one element of one-upmanship in school. So I enjoyed this class very much.
I'm going to make a brief comment about that because I am a proponent for uniforms, so if that vote ever comes before the school board, you already know I will say yes. CSK has uniforms, and what I love about CSK is traditionally schools that do uniforms will pick one color shirt, one color pants. But at CSK, I believe it's 3 or 4 different colors of shirts they can wear and 3 different color, pants. So it still gives the students an opportunity to be creative. So you don't walk into the class and everybody looks the same and they look like they're, in a detention center or anything like that. So, and I agree with all the statistics. Even I'm sure some teachers will agree they don't have to deal with, oh, that's cut too low, or that's too short, or anything like that. But I'm a proponent for it, just so you all know. Digital citizenship and the Common Core. Mr. Turay and I both went to this workshop. I'll just say something briefly, and then I'll turn it over to him. I love this workshop. It opened my eyes to a lot of things, and it hit home because they talked about cell phone use with students and cell phone use in schools. But one of the things that stood out to me was I love that they provided a website, and we can provide that to Laura, where our students can actually go online and take a digital citizenship course, where they would go through this online course, and it teaches them about social media safety and using technology. And by the time they get done, I'm not sure, was it assessment at the end? Mike, do you remember if it was an assessment with that course, or did they get like a certificate or something?
No.
But that's my take on it. I really, that stood out to me, but go ahead.
Okay, I'll just touch on the 9 basic elements of digital citizenship that they stressed. Digital access, growth of digital e-commerce, digital literacy, digital laws and copyrights, digital health and wellness, digital communication, digital etiquette, digital rights and responsibilities, and digital security. They talked very much about how important it was to stress to our children that they're creating a digital footprint, and be very cautious on what they're doing with it. And let's see what else. Social media policy must be fluid. They stressed that, and that's one of the items we touched upon earlier today, how the handbook needs to be fluid and social media policy must be fluid. And we need to engage the students about and talk to them about sexting and what its consequences are. And yes, there is a training certification, 60 hours. You can get that. Look into it I've got a note here to look into it for our administrators, teachers, cyber educators. So there is a leading edge certification training certificate. And stressing common sense, teaching the kids to use this social media with common sense. Thank you.
There is one for educators, but the one I was talking about was also one for students, and I also have a internet safety booklet that I got the last one he was giving away, so I'll share it.
Okay. Okay, good.
Using iPads and other technology in the classroom, that was me. Basically, they talked about how iPads are now emerging in every classroom in a lot of districts. There's a lot of iPad grants to purchase iPads. Also, I think Mr. Anderson has talked even about, I believe, Sprint.
Don't get into my report.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He'll get into that. But just quickly, they did talk about how some schools are now even using cell phones in the classroom for instruction. But one of the downsides of that was now when you put cell phones or even iPads connected to the internet and you allow the students to use them, students are going online and getting answers to tests. They're also texting each other answers. So it's something, you know, it can be effective, but it's something that you would definitely have to be cautious with doing. E-rate grant, Mr. Anderson.
Okay, how many teachers we still have left here? 3, 2, all right. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Well, right. How would you guys feel about having iPads in the classrooms, an iPad for every child, in order to help do instruction and things of that nature? Most teachers would kind of sort of nod their head and say yes, but I know that one of the things I found out is that as Dr. Hall was speaking about it, I had a conversation with someone from Sprint, and Sprint now is doing something based upon the E-rate grant. And they actually pulled us up and said, yeah, you guys have E-rate. But they were saying that they can actually have, bring iPads to us so that every student in the classroom could have an iPad. They would even come in and put in the infrastructure, where if the infrastructure was not already here, they would spend their own money to put the necessary infrastructure in to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars. They said all they needed to know was that, one, we had E-rate already, and two, would want to get some information as far as what our standings were for free and reduced lunch, and based upon that, that would also help them do more of what they want to do. So it's something that I definitely would like for us to look into. If both the board and the teachers think it's a good idea, I believe why pay for it? If they can come in, they'll do it for us for free. That's my thinking about it. But, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Khajiit and Finch robot. Mary?
The Khajiit is actually a little box, I guess you could call it, that would help all students in whatever economic situation they are, because they're not very expensive. I mean, and would bring them Wi-Fi. I mean, if we're going to go with the iPads and all the digital education, they also need access to Wi-Fi. And there are areas, even at home, they don't have a computer that's all set up and ready for Wi-Fi. With this little gadget, box or whatever, that is here, this digital device, would give them Wi-Fi anywhere, at any time. And it's very cost effective. It's not $100. It's basically actually under $20 to get this device. And with if we can do that with Sprint, with eGrant, we'd be pretty well off on that.
Yeah.
The Finch robot is something to get students interested in science, and they start at kindergarten and they work their way up. And a lot of people know about making robots and doing it, but this is getting the little ones interested. I mean, it's very basic, it's very tiny, and then you move on. And I thought that was kind of interesting that we could start them out real tiny and get them working with little, buzzers that would tell them exactly what little things are. So, but I liked actually I learned all this from one seminar, and it was a technology seminar that had at least 12 vendors that came in and gave their spiel, I guess you could call, on each thing. And then they had a superintendent from the Seattle School District who actually was giving us advice as to whether that is a good device or not. And these two, he really recommended that they were very good, besides the books that grow.
And I like to just state, sometimes people assume that every household has internet, and that's
And they
not
don't.
true.
No.
And I forgot what the statistics is on that, but a lot more households are without access to internet than we think. Okay, school law, Office of Civil Rights. That was me. I attended a workshop. Basically, it was presented by the Office of Civil Rights, and basically what they were doing was just advising districts on the sensitivity of gender, race, and disability. And they talked about different cases that had come before the Office of Civil Rights, and they also did like a question and answering for districts who were experiencing issues that were brought to the Office of Civil Rights. I did visit their website to get a clear understanding of their mission, because to be honest, I wasn't even aware that they existed. So the mission of the Office for Civil Rights is to ensure equal access to education and to promote educational excellence throughout the nation through vigorous enforcement of civil rights. So again, they were just advising districts to be cautious when you're making decisions, when you, even in the classrooms, when you're writing referrals, to not favor one gender over another, or another race or another over another, and to also be cautious when dealing with students with disability. So that's basically what that one was about. Okay, using a consortium for energy needs, Mr. Brown.
That's me, real quick. Bob, I believe Bob is engaging in this type of mannerism, so to speak. So I'll share with you. There was a lot of things shared as a bundling opportunity when it comes to energy savings with this one company, and they've been out there since 1987. So I mean, we probably had an opportunity. This water over the dam, so to speak, with the bus transportation, how you can have a contract with the bus and also have another contract with the fuel supplier. So, but I'll share some things with you on that. Then signing a construction contract, that was really good, given the fact that we are going to embark on some construction capital jobs coming up in the near future, that I would like to look at that process as far as contracts, how we go about doing it. I don't know if you ever heard of the A101, A133, A201, and it says specifically A201 is very misunderstood and it should be modified. So you probably know something on that. But to start this off, and this is it for me here, when they start this presentation off, they showed a picture of the Lord's Supper. And when they scroll down the slide, they cut off his feet. So they were saying that you spend millions and millions of dollars in a contract, and at the end of the day, they showed a couple urinators in the boys' washroom, literally back to back, and only 3 inches space. So things like that, you need to protect yourself via the contract and things of that nature. Okay?
Security in our schools, taking it to the next level to protect our children. Mrs. Sanders.
Okay, real briefly again. They talked, this particular class was exciting for me. I had just taken the NIMS certification earlier this year, and when it got to that particular workshop, the facilitator actually said to, I think Mrs. Nash went, and I believe Melissa at the time, went to the certification, and you wonder, he said, the facilitator said, wow, I can't believe that we have a board member actually in the class. Ultimately, I think it is the role of every individual associated with schools, as was indicated and stressed in the preparedness. Anybody who walks the halls needs to know and to be prepared for incidences that may happen or occur in schools. So they talked to us about best practices, procedures in crisis management, what our roles may or may not be, prevention and response, and not to take a so-called hands-off approach because, of course, as they said in the workshop, you're a board member. You still have responsibilities and obligations, be it in communication of the issues that are ongoing, and to get to the root of what it will take to secure your buildings properly. Some people, it is the, what do you call it, the metal detectors. They talked about perhaps using, again, data to determine, and your facilities to determine whether or not you need a certain amount of security, whether you need a resource officer, sorry, not a resource, and they did talk about the resource officer, Mr. Brown, but to use data to define and not have a false sense of security to suggest that because we're so far out in 45 minutes south of Chicago that things aren't happening as they are in the city of Chicago. Again, it was very enlightening, and it gave me a renewed sense of awareness about the fact that we need to stay aware and alert and not have a false sense of a safety when it is the smaller schools in the suburban and more affluent areas that are having experiencing safety breaches. And it was very enlightening, and I know I'm going to have some more discussion with Mr. Elrod and even our school community about what it is that we can do and to be informed about the processes and not to keep quiet about things that need to be discussed. So they strongly recommended vital conversations and us as a school community sharing our crisis preparedness plans with the community so that they understand. I thought about how many people made complaints about the evacuation of the school recently. And, what do you guys do? Like Mike said earlier, if there needs to be a procedure or we can have, they have Parent University here, have workshops so that perhaps when we get into those crises, that people understand either we know what we're doing because you shared with me after I finished the NIMS training that you showed me a list of people who are certified in doing that. Well, it was reassuring to me because, of course, I came there asking you, are they certified? I want to know that there are people here who know what to do in the event of a bomb threat or what have you. So that was reassuring to know that. But additionally, and they talked, George, incidentally, about safety for the janitorial staff. Every single person is supposed to have this training. And like I said, they were excited that, they were teaching this to board members because they're not exempt from the process. And even parents who are volunteering, they should know. You're excited that we learned that?
Can I make it real quick?
Sure.
I am so glad that you went and checked that training out, because one of the things that we started down the path about a couple years ago, when we started talking about the Safe Plans portal, and how it is mandated in the school district that all new employees, from the sweeper all the way up to the principal in the schools, have to take these series of courses that are National Incident Management Standard courses to become certified in. That's a part of the culture in CM201U right now, and I offer at any point in time the opportunity for the entire board to pursue those courses. I really, it's exciting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Cyberbullying and suicide, Mr. Ture.
Okay, let me try to do this as brief as I can. I think it's an important topic. I went to this class and I found out a lot of useful information and good information. Suicide attempts average about 100,000 per year across the United States. About 4,000 kids actually commit suicide. 25% of students in the 4th grade have passing thoughts about suicide, which pretty much amazed me. I couldn't grasp that. Never thought about that. Never, as a child especially. Every 18 seconds, a kid commits suicide. Cyberbullying is a big contributor to it. Depression is one of the major contributors to attempted suicide and suicide. Suicide is partially a thinking error. And the parents and the teachers and the rest of us have to be in tone to look for warning signs. We cannot minimize when a kid says, I want to kill myself, or I want to kill you. We need to look out for these warning signs. We can never deny it, minimize it, or redirect it. We've got to be very careful. I would highly recommend that we get some professional people, if we can get them in here, and have some seminars on this and talk about it. High risk for suicide are drug abuse and alcohol abuse, kids that are into that, sexual orientation, identity crises, multiple losses in families, and any loss in the family. And the biggest high risk is past attempts. Anyone that's attempted it before. Technology is a big part of this. Like I said, cyberbullying, there's approximately 160,000 kids a day across the country that do not attend school because they've been cyberbullied. That's a lot of kids. Approximately 50% of the kids send bullying text messages, and about 50% of the kids have been bullied. Why is it so lethal? It's instant. There's no tone of voice. And the real biggie is kids see the online world as the real world. There's a virtual disassociation, and the sender does not see the pain that he or she causes from this. So I think it's an important thing to think about in the future, and possibly have some seminars on this, and how important it is to be responsible when you're using this cyber technology. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Title I and parental involvement, Mrs. Sanders, and community involvement and voice, Mrs. Sanders.
Laura, I learned a lot about Title I, and specifically parent involvement there. And we kind of briefed over it a little bit in personnel yesterday, because I just learned that they had a parent involvement academy based on obviously the need of all communities, school communities need to get more parents involved. But they state that there's a legal dollar figure that is designated for parent involvement. I think it was Dr. Hall who indicated to me how we may actually utilize the funds now with maybe our parent night, some of the nights that you guys have. But what I found interesting again is that other districts are using it strategically, and I know I'll just use Mike specifically. We've had a lot of discussions in our community, desire to get more community involved in the day-to-day operations, tutoring, mentoring, those kinds of things, and just being involved even in some of these discussions. But to know that there's funds out there that are available through these Title I grants, and I think, we have the tutorial services that you guys allocate, and I think a couple of years ago I inquired with you about if we could pay, what was it, tutors at the time, out of the funds. Do you recall?
You had asked about paying parents to be
Right,
tutors.
exactly. And so I guess, only thing I want to say again is I realize each district is individual and different, but I know I'm going to just reiterate that let's find out what works. I know that we have a lot of parent nights and things in that order, but if there is some method, and I do know in Chicago public schools, because I've worked with some of their parent ambassador programs through my outreach, they do have where they engage the parents in a financial manner, not saying that we're paying people to come out, but having classes, like you say, the GED classes. Some people don't know how to even help their kids with the homework. So if they're taking Microsoft Word or what have you, it doesn't make a sense for them to come home and not be able to feed into their children. So they talked about opening their schools up with the Title I funds, even at night, to deal with, have the parents in our technology departments utilizing their taxpayer dollars are in this school. So those computers are, they spoke, if you want to say engaged and involved, make them feel like these chairs, this building is their building. And how is that their building? They talked about parents walking the buildings at night. You take pride in the school that you send your kids to, then you want them to graduate from a place with pride. And so they said that, you know, the government isn't doing a whole lot. We can't do a whole lot. But maybe just a point of thought that we could use our funds, begin to look at different ways, I should say, in using our funds aside from maybe what we're doing now. And even if you don't do that, I'm going back to the data that we learned. Let's see what the data shows as far as are these ways that we have found significant growth in our parent involvement opposed to trying something new with the funds.
And what I can share with you is we have 3 Title I schools, so they each get a parent involvement allocation, which is, if memory serves me correct, it's
supposed to be 1% or something?
Yeah, it's probably somewhere in the area of $2,000 to $3,000 per school. And one of the things that I've discussed with both of our schools in restructuring is to look at now some of the go in and look at the research on schools in status and schools that are restructuring, and what are the things that they're doing in regard to parent involvement to bring people in, because there are specific guidelines as to how you spend that money for parents, and it has to be supporting the academics of the kids, which I think you mentioned, in those buildings. So it's not, when you're talking about a system as big as Chicago, you're talking about a lot more money than what we have, but I think we need to be real, as you said, strategic and look at data and look at research and see what's working out there to get beyond just the traditional things that we've done. And I think we're seeing some shifts in those buildings, but I think there are more shifts that can happen too.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next is Let's Talk. Myself and Mr. Anderson. Let's Talk is actually, I was really excited when I heard about this. It's actually an online program where our parents, students, community members, teachers can access this link and leave comments, suggestions, feedback, and what the district would then do is form a Let's Talk team, and this specific team is responsible for retrieving these comments and this information and disseminate to the appropriate person that would be handling that. And I think it would be a great tool for us. This is something that I have talked about before, but having something that's easily accessible. Not everyone can come and make a public comment. Not everyone will send an email, but if it's something, that's, if they're on the website, click on it, leave the comment, it goes directly to the appropriate people, and that way we make sure that the concerns are handled in a timely manner, and it's accountability, and we know specifically who's dealing with that.
Right, and everything you just said. But I think it's also a more constructive way to be able to get the necessary, once again, their word data, get the necessary data to find out exactly what it is that we need to do and change. And it gives the community the opportunity to actually have a voice and participate in what's going on in our school district. So I love it, and I hope that it's something that we implement.
Okay, next, I'll be very brief. NSBA, again, the National School Board Association, and the PTA announced a partnership at one of the presentations that we attended, and I think this is awesome. I think that it's important that not only the NSBA acknowledge the plight of the PTA, but also that the PTA understands the important work that board members do. The PTA's motto is every child, one voice. And this is one of their quotes from the NSBA president. He says, as NSBA recognizes the importance of local school boards, we must also recognize the importance of parent volunteers within our schools. Together we can change America's schools and raise the achievement levels of the students. We both share the core belief that America's children will determine our destiny as a nation. So me being both a board member and having been on the PTO in our school district, I just thought this was awesome because it's being recognized at the national level by both organizations. Public Engagement Toolkit, Mr. Teray.
Okay, real quick on this one. Surprise, surprise, one of the first things that came out was monthly open forums for taxpayers and kids. That they highly encourage that we have a monthly open forum for the public to express their concerns or suggestions and ideas. Defining what college and career really means. There's a lot of confusion about what is college going to do for my child, and what is career going to do for my child, and which is best for my child. So they wanted to stress that, and that we need to have some discussions on that with our stakeholders. They talked about building relationships with opinion leaders in the community, adding databases of contacts, representation on key community boards, contact local, state reps, and federal representatives when you have a concern. This is near and dear to my heart. We elected these fine people. We need to tell them what we need and get their support on things we need. Work with local economic development teams. Don't guess. Check out the facts. Get back to people. Don't give them answers off your cuff unless you really know the answer. Okay, check out the facts and then give them the right answer. Stay away from acronyms. This is my biggie. When you're talking to the public, don't use school acronyms, because myself and many people have no idea what ABCD means, or
NSBA.
Or NSBA or any of the other things. Say it out.
Explained it.
Let them know what it means. I just thought I'd throw that in, but that actually was one of the big topics. Build bridges, major issues affecting your school, most powerful alignment, excites and energy, show leadership, accentuate the positive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next was a presentation given by Jostens, which was a little different because we know when we hear Jostens, we think of pictures, trophies, whatever, but they're taking a more active approach in academics. Myself, Mr. Brown, and Mrs. Stockton sat in on this presentation. And I'll just point out one thing which I love. They talked about the 5 essentials in education: accountability and student achievement, parent and community involvement, safety and technology, behavior and attendance, and morale and leadership. And one thing that they said was to have a theme that the community can get involved in, and everybody can be committed no matter what it is. If ours is we want to increase our high school graduation rate, get all of the communities involved and make it an initiative, a community-wide initiative. And one of the things that they do is, they make the bracelets. Everybody sees, the bracelets or whatever. And you would say on your bracelet, committed to whatever it is. And it was just showing unity for everyone supporting that initiative. Oh, yes.
Stay the course. I love these little handouts they had, because you can pass them out to anybody you want, especially the kids, stay the course. continue what you're doing, or, you know, or like if they pass a test, this is stuff they have for teachers to hand out. You know, I owned that test. Not, you know, I made it. I owned it. I did it. I was like, yeah, that's what, you know, a lot of these teachers need to, you know, really, and even the parents, you know.
Motivate.
Motivation. I mean,
Motivation,
motivation is the way to go with these, you know. And
Being
I
positive.
saw Maurice has this handout. I like the
I think we all have
conversation
that.
starters.
Yeah.
And
That's basically it. Talk
and
about it.
what
I'm
it
done.
is trying to communicate with your students.
Yes.
I mean, yes, teachers always talk to them, parents always talk to them, but do we communicate with them? This is
And
a
those
good way to
cards had
start.
conversation starters that you can use in the classroom, some that you can use at community forums. And another thing that kind of takes me into the sharing the good news. These why you're awesome pads. Just jotting down something, maybe something a staff member did or a student did, and leaving it on their desk or in their mailbox. Just in it, and it lists. You know, we've seen these. Kind of reminds you of the telephone pads, but it lists different reasons why you might be awesome. You made class fun, or you helped me, you included someone, you made someone's day, or whatever. And it just really boosts the morale in the school district. Okay, next. Oh, it's me. Working with the end in mind basically was a workshop for boards and, you know, board members. And basically it talked about having productive meetings. It talked about the true definition of what a consensus is. And it talked about having respect for one another and respecting the fact that we're all different and we all bring different strengths and passions to the table, but that we all respect the differences of each other. And we understand that in order to build a consensus, it must start with respect at the top, and it must be a collaborative effort. And it also talked about to have more effective meetings, you might assign tasks to individual board members, or even, you know, this could be used on our staff, with our staff. There was something I was going to say, I forgot. But anyway, that was the gist of it. Board and superintendent relationships, Mr. Teray.
Okay, I attended this knowing we're going to have a new superintendent shortly, and I wanted to get some information on how other communities are doing this. So what I gathered from this was quite a bit about being on time, having short meetings. Executive sessions should not last more than 1.5 hours. Total sessions should not last more than 2 hours. Executive sessions shouldn't last more than an hour. Monthly workshops, budget, technology, special ed, collaborative superintendent evaluations annually. Other districts are using the same things we've been talking about. Most districts do biannual retreats. It's a one-day retreat with the superintendent and the school board at a local facility. They spend one day together and they talk about what's going on in the district. And they have an open and honest conversation twice a year. And and the way they put it was no holds barred. Just talk about what's going on. Weekly memo to the public, which we're already doing pretty much on the website. Board documents, preparing the board documents at least 1 week prior to the board meeting from the superintendent's office, so we have time to ask appropriate questions, so there's no surprises at the meetings. Follow up, not just heads up. Stress that very much. Any questions we get from the public or anybody else, we need to follow up with. Integrity, character, capabilities, competence, results, a lot of buzzwords, but all in all, it was about having open and honest conversation between the school board and the superintendent, whoever he or she may be. talk about as much as possible in public and as little as possible in executive session. Public has a right to know as much information as we can legally share with them. Short meetings, again, once again, streamlining your meetings to 2 hours. Committees of board and public was stressed.
Did you say streamlining your board update presentation to
To
2
this,
hours?
me to be quiet here, right? To shut up. Is that what you're trying to say? Okay. Thank you. I needed that. Have a nice night. Yeah.
Oh, that 10 minutes is now 40 minutes.
Yeah.
Well, we had a lot, and this isn't even all the workshops that we attended, so just let you guys know.
I'm sorry I missed this one, though. I had to go home.
Oh, the next.
My train left at a certain time.
Probably one of the major highlights of our trip, some of us got to see Irving Magic Johnson came to address the National School Board Association. It was a treat. It really was. And I was excited because he's actually a person that I look up to when you look at all that he's done and the adversity that he's experienced, and to take that and then just to turn around and give so much that he does to the community is just an awesome thing. So have a couple of things, just some snippets from that presentation. Mrs. Sanders?
I agree 100%. I have to say that I was never a fan of number 22. I'm sorry, I wasn't initially. As a basketball legend, I was just Michael Jordan's girl forever.
22?
What is it?
32.
32, same thing. And you know what? When I called out to him 22, look, when I called out to him 22, he did know how to respond. He said, hey. But truly, it is evident that we're not what we see, or he is evident that he wasn't just a ball player on the court, and so much more and so much larger in real life, if you will. My favorite parts was when, I didn't share my picture, but when he got a little boy and he put his hand on the young man's head. I believe the boy was 7 or 8 years old, and he looked into his eyes, and he basically told him that he could be anything that he wanted to be. And he said it doesn't matter, like Mike, you were talking about with the uniforms, no matter how he looked. He talked about being from a significantly large family, and how he had to, as tall as he was, wear his younger brother, who was shorter than him, his clothing, because they just didn't have the finances to support, obviously, his height and maybe even his feet. But he said he nevertheless went on into school, and of course people laughed or what have you, but he overcame. And looking into that young man's eyes, I met the little boy later on in the afternoon. I want to see him 20 years later, having had this seed sown into his life, as it were. One other topic, and I think about our guys around here, one of the custodians could be an inspiration to you or not, but we are all inspirational leaders, and we need to make sure that when we talk or impart to people, is what he said, that you be mindful of what you said. So one of the janitors, I believe was a janitor or security guard, said to him, "You're never going to amount to anything." And he literally, years later, now this was kind of twofold unfortunate, but years later, he came back as number 32, the big Magic Johnson, and said, "Hey, how you doing?" Well, obviously, he made something of himself, and was able to come back, hug the safety or security person, and not be demeaning or anything, but he did make something. So we never know who's in our midst, is what he explained to us, so we shouldn't look down on people. And our success stories are those that we make and seek to achieve. So it was a phenomenal, phenomenal experience.
Okay, just real quick, one piece of this whole puzzle that I don't believe I heard was that a lot of his success was because of a teacher, the teacher that failed to allow him to play in the game.
Mm-hmm.
and he said that was a lesson learned that changed his whole life.
In the newspaper.
Yeah. So we there as a board and board members, that it trickled down from the boards to the administrators to give the teachers the needed support to show our kids the right direction to go.
And lastly, the NSBA has an initiative called Stand Up for Public Schools, and basically Magic Johnson touched on this, and just let you guys know, we do know there's an error in his name spelling, and just let you know that. And that was my fault. All I know is Magic. And thanks to Mrs. Nash, she told me it was misspelled, but I guess it didn't get to Brandon. But anyway, he gave his story about why public education is important, and he said, I'm a product of public education. You're a product, mostly, everybody out there were products of public education. Now we hear which is better, public or private education. Most of us know that if your children do go to private schools, which people make that choice. There are limitations in private schools. There's certain things that are available to public school students that are not available to private school students, and there's certain things that public educators are held accountable for that private educators are not. But real quickly, we have a video. It's about 2 minutes. Is there sound?
From urban America. The reason why I wanted him to come.
This is actually him with a young student.
Come up here. Here, this young man, where you from?
New York.
He's from New York, right? Here I am from urban America. Never in my wildest dreams that I would ever think that I could do the
Can that be
things
turned
I do
up, Daniel?
But because my parents stressed education, because they were involved in my life, because we went to church every Sunday as a family, we ate family dinner together every Sunday, because they didn't let us get away with nothing. They stayed on our back. And I'm so happy that my parents did that. Here I am, having played basketball in over 20 years, right? And here this young man who didn't even know me did a report on me. Now, the blessing is I came up through public school system, right? I turned out okay. I turned out great enough for this young man to say, hey, I admire you, I like what you did in your career, and that also you're a good guy, because he wouldn't have, a lot of people can score points, a lot of people can give off assists, a lot of people can rebound, but he said, Magic is a good guy, he's a role model, and I really appreciate you doing that, young man. So can we do this? Give this young man a round of applause. That means that you're doing great work. Because this is what it's all about.
He said that means, board members, you're doing great work, because that's what it's all about. So that concludes our presentation. Did any board members have final thoughts about the conference? Brief, very brief.
No, I just believe this is kind of the first time we ever did something like that. So, we polish it up a little bit more and better next time if we have a next time. But I think this was a good thing.
It's not our first time doing it. We have done it before. Board members have given presentations.
I think you mean-
Not in this capacity,
That's-
but we have given a
PowerPoint.
report.
Sure.
So let's be clear.
Okay.
As to the fact of the significance of it, I usually try not to go anywhere or do anything that is not meaningful and impactful. It was discussed a little earlier. Why do you do it? One thing I can say is I love my kids, my family, my husband, and my son, who's 7 years old, said to me every day that I was away from him, I don't want you to do that work. And I don't need anybody to know, but I want people to understand the sacrifice that board members give, and I don't really need a pat on the back. I respect the work that I am doing and the rest of my colleagues are doing around the country. I was inspired by just witnessing people who smiled about the things that they're doing and people who are giving their all. And I think it's significant work. I would do it over and over again because I think it's important, even with controversy and attitude. It's important to do this work. It's important to have a voice. We're not always going to agree, and that's clear because, as Dr. Hall mentioned earlier, we're different people. We come from various walks of life, and that's important. That's why the boards all over America, you have state senators, you elect people because you want the varying opinions and the willingness to, just embrace all of those energies and aspects. So I reflect back on a great week, on a learning experience, meeting different people with the same agenda, and that is to help serve schools, their community, and kids. So I'm proud to have gone. I've been proud every time I've gone. I wouldn't exchange it. And quite frankly, even if I said earlier, regardless to cost, I think it's pivotal because it gives you an infusion of what it is to come back here to what we came back to almost 2 meetings this week already, that you're not doing it in vain and that there is a significant work yet to be done. So I'm very reflective and very appreciative of the opportunity.
And I'll state also, this is the first time that we've done it in this capacity as a PowerPoint presentation and a unified presentation, which was something that we thought was very important. Yes, some of us have come back and done individual reports, but moving forward, it's our desire to be as unified as we possibly can. And I'll stress also, excuse me, thank you. It is important for boards to partake in professional development. As I've told individuals that have asked me about it, we expect our teachers to do this. We expect our administration, our staff. If you look at any other career, they're being required to do this. So I would hope that our public would want the people who govern their school district to have training and sit in workshops that provide information, necessary information. And even today I started thinking about some of the things that have come out of these conferences that we've attended. You may not always know, but when you see something different or something new, it may be the product of a workshop that your board member has sat in. And I even thought about the Skyward app. I found out that we had the access to Skyward app and we weren't utilizing it and we were paying for it. I went to a workshop that talked about using apps for your school district. The Skyward app is something that we use in my household all the time. So, just different things, getting information about PARA, Common Core, PBIS. Our passion for PBIS came out of that. Our education committee came out of that. Just going to these workshops doesn't just create programs, but it invigorates board members and it resurfaces the passion that prompted most of us to run for these seats in the first place. So I just wanted to point that out. Okay.
Any more comments? Okay, if I may, just go back, and there was a donation that was not acknowledged. If it's okay with the board that I acknowledge that donation. Okay, this letter was written to Mrs. Johnson and her family from our principal Lane from Crete Elementary. It says, "Thank you so much for your generous donation of the Nike basketball for the Crete Elementary PTO mini game night on March the 27th, 2014. We had a wonderful turnout. Our parents and students had a great time, and the prizes you donated were fantastic. Your support of this activity in Crete Elementary is greatly appreciated. Again, we truly thank you." Have any old business?
Yeah, I got one thing I'd like to bring up. I think it's appropriate under old business. I'd like to do a brief update on junior ROTC. We've recently gotten some correspondence back from our elected officials on junior ROTC, and I'd like to make a personal appeal to the public that the junior ROTC program, we've done surveys and we have community buy-in, and the values that are taught through junior ROTC are invaluable skills that the young men and women will take with them for the rest of their life. And having said that, unfortunately, the correspondence we got back from our elected officials from both sides of the aisle, Republican and Democratic, is from the Department of Defense, basically said, "Sorry, we don't have enough funds to support starting our junior ROTC program in your high school." I would encourage each and every one of you to write to your federal representative, your senator, and your congressperson, and encourage them to find the funds. We're not talking a tremendous amount of money here. A little personal thing, I think we spend billions upon billions throughout the world helping everybody from A to Z, and we can't come up with 50 or 60 grand for our own kids. As far as I'm concerned, it's appalling. So I would encourage you to write these people and try and get some funds for our kids. I think they deserve it, and it's training that's invaluable for the rest of their life. So that's my old business. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Toure.
Thank you.
Any follow-up questions or comments to Board Member Toure?
I think the clarity was the Marine Corps. I think they have temporarily stopped their program, and then the Navy wanted us to, said that we could do our own program, but it would be funded. I mean, we would have to fund it ourselves, and then Army and the Air Force are saying that we did not submit an application.
We've submitted one for the Army that's they probably crossed because we were doing those around the holidays. And you had told me that you had information from the Air Force on how specifically they wanted us to apply. So that one isn't complete yet, but the Marines is in, the Navy is in, and the letters that I sent in the FYIs, they pretty much said, you know, they've offered us an opportunity to pay for our own program, but that isn't really what we're looking for. So,
yeah.
And I think the public needs to know, we've been on the waiting list for what now, 7 years? 7 years, they haven't been able to find the funds at the Department of Defense with a multi-billion-dollar budget for our own children. That doesn't make any sense to me. I think priorities are backwards somewhere.
Okay.
To your congresswoman, congressman, or your federal level federal senators, Dick Durbin, Mark Kirk, Kelly, Representative Kelly, I don't know, who's the other one? No, Toy is state level.
you're not going to send them to the?
No, I've already dealt with state level representatives, and the state has basically pushed it off to federal. So the state level is not going to get us any funding. It has to come from the federal government.
Yeah, it's I believe it's federal dollars.
Right, it's from the Department of Defense. So there's just 4 or 5 people. Just look up your congressional district on your voter's card, and it'll tell you. You can look from there, and it'll tell you exactly who to write. I beg your pardon? Well, that's a possibility. We can't, the question was, can business partners assist with this funding? Absolutely.
How much is the funding? How much is needed? Does anyone know?
Laura's got.
The Navy program, okay, it was Bloom Trail, correct?
Correct.
That was saying that they have supplies and things they could give to us, but we would have to pay the salary and
Right.
what.
When we did the analysis last summer, for us to fund our own program was somewhere between $130,000 and $150,000 a year. To get federal dollars for it, there would still be a cost, but it would be approximately $50,000 for
the salary.
A program that would serve 100 or so students.
Yeah, and it's based on 50% of the retirement money of whatever rank you get to do the program. If you have an officer or you have a non-commissioned officer, if they were on active duty and they would make, say, $100,000, we would make up 50% of that, and it would cost us $50,000 a year from going forward. And this would be in lieu of gym. Kids would be able to take this in lieu of gym, so it's not adding additional
Staff.
Just the ROTC instructors.
Is there any way that we can actually maybe ask some retired military to
Well, that's who will do it. It's all retired people that do it.
Okay.
But they have to be, they get paid as if they were on active duty. You make up for the 50%. Traditionally, when a member retires from the military at 20 years, they get 50% of their salary, which is what I got. And in order to pay them what they would have made if they stayed on active duty, you give them the other 50%. So it's like they're back on active duty making a complete salary versus a retirement pension.
But I think Cynthia did make a good point, and it references back to what Dr. Hall mentioned earlier. Some of these, even in the forums, it's not enough necessarily to tell people to write to their senators, but if we start a kind of, I don't know what she was talking about, this campaign, because we need help saying, we've written the letters already, but we need help with our constituency to say that this is something you need. I said to you, I think, and during the mayoral elections, there was a lot of talk, even as it relates to this 6th grade center and the need for students who are not necessarily going to go to college, but that they have vocational training. If you could sell it to the community in the aspect of, we have to keep people working, kids employed, and for those who aren't going to college, I went to a vocational school. You need to know how to do certain things. And there were people in some of the debates that said that they'd be more than willing to support initiatives like that, or if they had a ROTC.
Yeah,
so we need to take it
ROTC.
to the streets.
We did our survey, and we found that there was a large support for it in the community. So I urge all the community members out there to get on the phone, pick up an email, get a pencil and paper, write a letter, and talk to these representatives that we've elected, and tell them, let's get some money for our own kids. Let's think about America for a change.
Thank you.
That's what I'm saying.
That's fine. It's a good suggestion.
And it,
Yeah, I'll get your address and everything, and we'll see what we can.
You always want
We
to.
want you. We're going to put you on the poster.
I believe those physical ed teachers is probably laying back and say, you know what, we want the same rigor on our side to get physical education on board as well. So it's a lot of things, a lot of moving parts out there, a lot of needs, definitely. But this definitely is a good program.
I think so, and the squeaky wheel gets the grease, you know. If we just sit back and accept 7 years, 8 years, 10 years, 15 years, we're never going to get a program. It's not going to happen.
That's true. Okay, moving on, new business.
committee dates.
Committee dates?
For the date of the 23rd of April for a board policy committee meeting at 6:30. That's all I have.
Also, Mrs. Sanders, Mr. Teray, been having conversations about the community forum.
Community forum.
Forum.
So we tentatively looked at the date of May 22nd. Right now, we are waiting for, we're not going to have it in this school. We're taking it to the community, as we've just indicated. So we're looking to ensure that the site location is available. And just where, you know, when you get back in gear, we'll have further discussion on the logistics. But pretty much, I think the last conversation and that Mrs. Nash and I had was to how do we want to what questions do we want? We're doing a survey, putting it out online, and help me, Mrs. Nash, if I'm not saying anything right, where we're inquiring from people. Let's just say, what are the top issues, items that you're looking to have the board address or just questions that they may have. For the sake of time, we're going to do it similar to the community cafe in having a, what did we say, what was the time frame? Did we say an hour?
We were going to limit it to about 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes per topic, so that we didn't, you know, beat it to death. But
Okay.
we were looking at a half a dozen topics in an hour and a half, something of that nature.
Okay. And like you said, you can't answer them all, or we can't answer them all. We know we have a few issues. School is closing, obviously, in a few short weeks, but we committed to a forum, and we want to keep with our direction in that. So you are going to be hearing in the coming days, if not tomorrow, that the particulars concerning it. We just wanted to ensure that all board members were on board, at least for the 22nd. If anything changes as far as the venue, we'll obviously notify you, because that's the only thing that might hold us back, at least. I don't know that it's going to hold us back. We'll have to change the venue. That's all it'll be. But that is our attempt, is to get out before the community. And again, I think we talked about the board having one major topic that they wanted to get out to the public, and vice versa, receive information. And I will just hypothetically say, Mike, if times were different, and if we could use this ROTC subject text, if that was our big campaign, if you will. But when we do these forums, we should have something that we want to share with the community, and obviously receive their feedback, and vice versa. But I just want to clarify, because I think you just said a half dozen questions, and there was some question about how many questions. So if you send a survey and say, what are your top, I don't know, 5 questions that you have for the board, and we look at them and categorize them, kind of like we did the Your Voice Counts, and come up with the top, what are you guys saying? Half dozen, 6 questions?
Well, we were going to limit it to, I think, about an hour and a half, right? Ms. Nash, that's what we had discussed. So, you know, we got to look what's manageable. Right? We don't know what the top questions are yet. You know, if if they're biggies and we think we're going to need more than 5 or 10 minutes, then maybe we limit it to 3 items or 4 items.
Okay.
But
So do you don't need to know that right away, or you do? Mrs. Nash, okay.
You need to know what part right away? Is the mic on? Is the microphone on? For the recording. Okay.
The idea was that in order to make this user-friendly for our public, we would create an ad, almost like an ad banner on our homepage and say, click here to submit your question. Then people could just simply type in their question that they have, and they can submit it right there online to send to us. The question was about how many questions per person that someone is allowed to list. So it's not essentially a survey, it's whatever they want to talk about, whatever their question or suggestion is that they would like to hear about in the forum. So the question for the board, I think, has more to do with how many questions per person can you submit? Is there a limit, or is it limitless, or is it
how many questions will
3? What's the limit?
well, I don't think there should be a limit on the questions, but we need to streamline it down so we can get it in the time frame. And we're going to get a lot of the same type of questions. We categorize them, and then we'll answer those.
So limitless, you can type as many questions as you like.
Whatever they want to put, whatever they want, it's going to be up to us to determine what we're going to talk about. I mean, you know.
I think we may help them better prioritize.
Yeah.
If we give it a limit, but I certainly accept that answer. I just think that when you allow, the more lines you allow, the more choices you give, the more opportunity there is to just
And if we can just consider the fact that you've already agreed that we are, first of all, you're going to have more opportunities. You can't answer it all in one night anyway.
No, there's no way. There's too many questions out there in the public right now. We need to take the most pressing questions and deal with them at this first forum. And then as we have more forums, these questions will be weeded out, and we'll get into other questions and other suggestions, and just a question and answer period.
I agree with a limitation because that way the power is given to the parent or whoever's filling it out of what their top priority is. So, and then it's easier for us as a board to zone in on what's the most important issues pressing the community at this time. If we do, or when we do this, I would suggest making sure that we get this information out to our schools and the newsletters on their sites. However, we can get it out through the avenues that we're already using. I'm not saying making postcards and sending them home, and spending money in that manner, but making sure that, even if we have flyers that go home, that our public has information about this. And what I would hope to happen is that we're reaching parents who normally are not coming to board meetings and not coming to forums usually. So getting the information out to them as well, because I would love to hear from a larger gamut of our public, because 4 or 5 or 10 people do not speak for the over 6,000 or whatever parents that we have in our district. I know it's probably a much larger number than that.
So just to be certain that I understand, there will be a limit on questions. Do we have a number in mind?
I think 3. Give your top 3.
That's what we said.
3?
Mm-hmm.
Pressing
May I also
question.
ask a couple more then? Ms. Sanders-Smith, will we require whomever it is that sends a question to identify themselves by name and or email, or do you wish them to remain anonymous? The concern, I think, is that when people are allowed to be anonymous, they then say things, I think, that are not necessarily as constructive. So are we asking people to please give a name or an email address to their concern?
I would like that, and not only for those reasons, but in the future, if we're looking to connect with parents and we already have a list of parents that have already participated, then that would be helpful. Well, she was just asking, why we're going to request contact information. So name, address, phone, email. So then we'll have their phone number or their address. No, she asked, to give clarity, you asked that when you go online to submit your question, will we ask you to provide us with your contact information? So when you go to submit your top 3 questions, will we ask you to also provide us with your contact information? So we're saying, yeah.
Madam President, I think she's saying there are some parents who may not be able to go online because they don't have internet service. So
Oh, are you saying some won't be able to go online? Okay, right, because you said email, so you mean like just basically going on the internet? Mm-hmm. Right. Mm-hmm. So that is something to think about. Not everybody is able to access the internet, so do we want on the flyer that's going home for parents to be able to submit questions and bring them back to the schools and we pick them up from the schools?
We can certainly set up some depositories for each building.
Okay.
Parents who wish to just write their answer can drop them in. I will be responsible for collecting those and ensuring that they get to us in a timely fashion.
And
How does the board feel?
Yes.
How does the board feel about that?
Finally,
I'm sorry.
I'll these answers quickly. Can I ask one more, please?
Okay, hurry up.
How much time will be given to the public to submit questions before we close it? I think it's important, though, that it be closed at a certain time. We need to allow people to do it, and then we need to say that's the cutoff so that the answers can be, the data can be compiled for you guys to present. So, you don't want it right up until the moment of, and then you can't answer a question because it just came at midnight the day before. So is there 48 hours? You need to have them by a certain date. I just want to be able to I think it's important to give people dates to have it in by a certain time. Is there a cutoff? Do you want 24 hours before, 48 hours before the event?
I think
the thing is on the 22nd.
It's on the 22nd.
Is the third.
The Thursday. Possibly that Tuesday.
Well, I'd like to do it before that. I'd like to have more time.
So like that Friday?
So we can give them a good answer,
And give, even if we have to have district research, at least a week.
Yeah.
Give district enough time if they need to.
Yeah.
So
I would say a week before.
So the 15th?
Yeah, that would work.
So then, because we're working with limited time, so, because it's about 4 weeks away?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
So, do you need a date as far as when to put the information out?
I've got everything queued and ready to go. I was just waiting for these answers.
Okay.
And then I can have it out tomorrow.
Okay, good.
And my final thought, because you made a comment, and it even relates, if we're going to get people, because there's a lot of conversation besides individuals who have students in the school, there is no real way to reach them. So there may need to be, if you want a real good voice of people who are not, so vested in, I have my kids there, but when I went out and talked to people during election time and others, they don't have kids here, but they're paying these taxes as well. They have a say. So you need to be able to send some information to them, and it may cost to do that, but that's a necessary faction, because they're the ones who, when you go out to speak to them, you don't value what I have to say. So either they're not voting, they vote, but more importantly, they want to have a voice. So they should be contacted.
Another layer of the plan is to put an ad in our local papers to speak to the stakeholders who may not have children, but who would still like to be able to come and be aware, to share also, make contact with our libraries, to also post ads in those places where community members who may not have children are.
And I would say, just recently for my Princess Project, we took flyers over to businesses, And I have to say to you, we received an overwhelming response, at least from the businesses, opposed to necessarily the schools. The parents saw the flyers, and, you know, these kids weren't necessarily saying, I want a dress from a hand-me-down dress, but they got the information from Dimitri's, some of the stores, the Family Dollars, and I think we need to be in those places because that's where people shop, eat, and do whatever they do, and the flyers and whatever. And actually, there's, you know, the boxes that you have, we can sit them inside of these locations, or just put a flyer so that people know and how to reach us and where we're going to be in their community.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Do we have a time and a location for this?
6:30, and the location is pending.
We still want to proceed with the dates for committee?
Committee?
Yeah, we still need quite a few dates that's needed. You go ahead, Dr. Hall.
Oh, no, personnel. It's May, our board meeting is the 20th.
Board meeting is
The 20th.
20th.
Mm-hmm.
We could do the 9th,
The 9th.
May 9th at 8:30.
Okay.
How does that work for?
Mr. Anderson?
At 8:30?
Mr. Terrell? Can we say the 9th this Can you do the May 9th for the personnel?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
And finance?
May 7th?
6:30?
Yes.
That's good. I can do that.
What was that date?
Yes, policy's already set.
Yeah, is that for this month, or is that for next month?
Both, I guess.
Madam Chair, what about you for Ed? Are we looking to get an Ed committee?
Well, we have our special meeting, don't we?
Is that in June?
Is that June?
There's the, usually the last ed committee in May is the discipline.
Right.
Well, when is, we usually do that towards the end of the month.
22nd.
May 22nd?
Yeah.
Want to use that, Mary?
Okay, can't do that because that's the
Yeah,
forum
we
date.
can't.
Oh, that's the.
That's the forum.
Why didn't you speak up?
Maybe that Monday.
But that's usually, what time we talking? Usually
That
that's early though,
Monday
right?
We're going to do it 21st.
What time are we looking for the Ed?
We can do it on the same day, just do it at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, 4 o'clock. 4 to whatever, 6.
We can be done in an hour.
Oh, I know your 10-minute presentation for everybody, total.
No, we can be done in an hour and a half.
No, 10 minutes. Yeah.
Efficient,
Okay.
but not too fast.
So the Ed
What
meeting is on the
time-
22nd?
What time is the forum starting, at 6:30?
Where's the forum going to be?
It's not the same day.
Yeah, we're talking about the same day.
Our last ed meeting.
It's on the 26th.
22nd.
26th.
26th?
26.
I thought he said the 22nd.
No, we said that the forum's on the 22nd.
26th, we're not in
Yeah.
session.
Is that the
It's
Memorial Day?
Yes,
Yes.
ma'am.
What about the 27th?
You already have your meeting, do you already have that meeting etched in stone? Is that the?
I sent out an
30th.
email to all of the administrators, because we had it about the same time last year. We had it on the 23rd last year.
So I figured I'd make it on the 22nd, but I didn't know you all were going to be having this discussion. So I kept it around the same time, but
Yeah, yeah, it's going to have to be changed because if we're doing the forum on the 22nd, which has been cleared by all board members for availability, and so that's the date we're looking at for the forum. So the next week, Mary.
The following week? That'd be fine.
I mean, the following week.
what's that? What day?
I mean,
The
do we have
following
to
week or
have it?
earlier in that same week.
Or
Which
earlier,
one is
I mean.
better?
Mr. Elrod was asking if you can do it on the 21st.
Oh, yeah.
The 21st, okay.
Time.
Oh, wait.
At 4 o'clock?
We have an administrative meeting on the 21st.
At 4?
That started at 3:30.
Okay.
And I'm going to speak for Mr. Heisel, because when we came up with the 21st for the forum, he was not available for the 21st.
No, we're talking about the education committee meeting, which day?
Now, I'm just saying, just in general.
Yeah, I mean,
No, he does.
He doesn't? Okay.
no.
Okay.
What is the 15th? How about the 15th?
Something's on that. Oh, I can't make that. That's the ISB executive board meeting. I can't make the 15th. As you know, I'm on the committee here. Well, Mary's the chair.
15th, you can't.
I can't make the 15th.
I mean, is the 21st okay with everyone?
The 21st is an administrative meeting.
Right. Oh,
I can move that to the 22nd.
Okay.
Because it's in the daytime, and you'll still.
It's at 3:30. So I can move it to the 22nd.
And you don't have to be
You scurry over to the forum? You gonna scurry over to the forum after the administrative meeting?
Well, no, I'll just move it to the 22nd.
That's the day of the forum, the board meeting forum.
Oh, okay. And what time is that?
6:30. Did it say 6:30?
Yeah.
You'll be done, you think?
Yeah, I'm not keeping that to 6:30. No.
So the 21st, Mr. Elrod?
Yes. 4
21st?
o'clock, 4 p.m.
21st?
21st.
Ms. Hirsch?
21st, okay.
Can we meet about an hour earlier to go over some of the stuff that we talked about in tonight's presentation? So like 3 o'clock, from 3 to 4? Is that possible? Mr. Anderson, can you make it at 3 o'clock?
Would that be considered a meeting, though?
It's still a meeting.
You
It's the
said meeting.
education committee.
So you're going to start it at 3, and then everybody else comes at 4.
Right.
Okay.
So it'll be posted at 3 o'clock start time?
Mhm.
Okay. On May 21st?
Yes.
Okay.
Right? Correct? Okay.
Because I can't absolutely do it on the 19th.
You know what? Is that good for you, that time?
Yeah, the 19th is graduation, so the 21st, I'll just leave early.
You're good with that?
I'll follow
'Cause
you.
I forgot, this is her first year as that chair, so. This is her first year as the education committee chair, so normally, she's.
Okay.
But she says she can make it.
I'll make it.
That should do it, I think, huh?
Okay. Have we done all of it?
What time?
Yes, 3 o'clock. Is that all the dates?
Terry, you want to clarify and confirm
Thank
those
you.
dates? Thank you.
I have a board policy committee meeting on April 23rd at 6:30 in the boardroom. A community forum on the 22nd of May at 6:30, location to be announced. Finance Committee, May 7th at 6:30 in the boardroom. Personnel Committee, May 9th at 8:30 a.m. in the boardroom. Education Committee, May 21st, 3 p.m. I don't,
Right, we need the location.
room 35?
It's 3 p.m.
I know. 3 p.m.
It's not 3 p.m.
Where was the
Yes, that's
location?
Oh, it's room 35.
Room
Okay.
35, okay.
What's the issue?
He thought that I had mistakenly stated the time
Yeah,
incorrectly.
but you guys are meeting an hour earlier, is what? So it's room 35.
So it's room 35 at
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
And then the administrators, I'm sure wants to know what time to
Oh.
tell the administrators to be there.
I'll tell them what time it is.
Okay.
Yeah, because they need to be there. They need to be there before
Can
4
I
o'clock.
George, we may have to double check on 35, because I may have some curriculum work going on that day until 3:30 in room 35, so we may have to do the 3 o'clock portion in the boardroom and the 4 o'clock portion in room 35.
Okay.
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 So it's at the district office, not the high school.
Right.
It's at 1500.
1500.
1500 time, that's 3 o'clock.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so we got that together. And I just really want to thank everyone that pressed their way out, that's out there in the public there. Because at this time, is there a need to go into closed session?
Yes, sir.
And for what reason?
Okay.
So we will be going into a closed session here, and I can almost assure you that we will not be out until the next day. It's 11:21. Midnight starts the next day. So
What is the purpose of going into closed
I'm
session?
trying to get that now.
Oh,
I do have a flight to catch at 7 in the morning. That was Mo's business.
Oh, for your son?
The first one. Purpose of, make a motion to go into closed session for the reason of the appointment, the employment, the compensation, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees of the public body or legal counsel for the public body, including hearing testimonies on a complaint lodged against an employee of the student body. Moved by Board Member Anderson.
Second.
Second by Chair Board Member Sanders. All in favor?
No.
I gotta
you
get
have
it
to take a
Just
roll
call
call.
a roll.
Oh,
Okay,
roll call.
Mr. Teray,
Yes.
Mrs. Stockton,
What the hell?
Mr. Brown, Mr. Anderson,
Aye.
Secretaries, aye, Dr. Hall.
Aye.
We are now in closed session.
Wow. Hello, young lady. Thank you for coming and staying. Hanging in there? Really? All right.
I don't know. wish I could do that, but I don't want to can't. No, I have to go on the fifth grade field trip because one of the rooms was no parents. Oh, where are you going? Some settlement. I forget the name of it.
Is it Priscilla?
Yeah, that's from it should be.
See ya.
Be interesting.
Oh, I hope it warms up.
Well, it's supposed to be. It is supposed to be
for you.
Yeah, I'm tired too.
Me too.
You know, I got all my final documents from this. They gave me my certificates, whatever. So,
Get ready to roll, huh?
you can't stop.
5:30 is going to go awful early.
Awfully early, that's right.
Especially when I'm not going to get home till then.
See ya. Well, I wish I was getting
You don't have to
I gotta go to chiropractor.
No, they're going to closed session.
Joy, joy.
To discuss appointment and employment of specific employees.
Oh, we will.
Yeah, I know that's crazy, but I was trying my best to call, but I was busy. And when I got the email, I wanted to call my dad. Yeah. Right, and you might want to think about it because you might Who's on that?
Just this year, right, for years, from year one, and all the actions
While we're standing around, let's get out. Let's get out. I heard that, Terry, so let's move. Terry said, why the heck are we standing around? Let's move. Move, people, move. Let's go. What you got?
And I told him, I said,
Do you, Terry? Do you have
All right.
I will do that this year. I got to take that person. Oh, and that's, okay. And then I get on 57. So what do I need to do? You won't stay in here till the end.
I need to do better on my speaking of the what's in to get the camaraderie. So we can all do
That's what I was asking her. She said, why is this person? We have to look through her. She doesn't. I tried to find her. Thank you. You know me.
Should we take all of our stuff?
Yeah, you better take it. I don't know.
I doubt anybody. I got my purse. That's all I got.
Dr.
Dr. Hall, am I coming in with you or no? I can? want me? I know, I was like, you want me in there? I was gonna say. Well, I mean, let's get it done. Let's do this.
Board members, the secretary,
You want me to stay?
call the roll.
Or you, or
You're not in attendance, you don't get a vote.
all right.
We need you. We have a
There won't be nobody to vote. They're great advantage. Terry the coach, so we just come back out and vote if this.
No, she said I can leave. I have no idea what's in there. If there's coffee in there, it's cold.
Is it a microwave?
There is a microwave in there.
You gonna warm up? I keep me a tea. No, I keep me a tea bag. I have a contingency. But that was only the first 20 pages. Stay tuned. I'll be back. I got to preach on Sunday.
In the midst of all, in the midst of all. When is it? Oh, wonderful. Oh, yeah, you better film that. But okay, matter of fact, let me get this. Okay, but that's a good reminder. Didn't she say you guys are out?
Guess what?
Oh, you just lounging.
That was Bushman.
Okay. Well, that's what I was looking at. To see if I saw her name on the email. Miss, what was it? Miss. She acknowledged though. You see, she said, which made it even worse because you just got up and said. So that was pretty funny.
That's right. Do you need help? No, thank you. I'm positive. Thank you very much.
Terry, you need anything else?
No, I'm just
You good?
unplugging.
You need
Hey, Brandon, you have something plugged in here. Do you still need that?
Here, I'll see you in the morning, dear.
I don't believe you will,
Okay.
but
I'll see you sometime tomorrow.
That's correct.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
All right, dear. I think I'm going. I parked in the hole.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, well, thank you. I used to say that too. I know. No, I know what it's tired. I used to do it. I used to be. No, I don't. I love doing this job. It's just. You know.
Be loud.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Dr. Edison?
Oh, George went that way, Bob's right there.
Bob's leaving.
Did they call Bob?
George went out that door.
George went that
Yeah,
way.
George went
What,
that
did
way.
they just call for
Yeah.
George?
Yeah,
They did?
they did.
But he told them they was leaving.
He told somebody,
He
but
told the fans he was leaving.
All righty. Oh, no.
And you can carry everything outside, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I got a roller on. Thank you.
Up walk?
So I was standing over there and I said to Tony and Laura, why are they still standing here? They said that they were going into closed session. And Kimberly heard me.
It's a good observation. I've been up since like 4 o'clock.
You know what? I have too. I said that I got up this morning with such a horrible headache, and I took some Advil, and I sat down in my chair, put my head back, and it was hurting so badly that there was no getting rid of it, and there was no falling asleep. And so I just thought, well, I'm up. I may as well do some laundry or something.
Yeah, when you're up. It's just that tomorrow's coming fast.
Yes, it is. It's right around the corner. Where'd Brandon go?
Who?
Brandon? Does he want us to, I don't know, does he shut these things all down?
Well, are we supposed to close it down? Close it down? We're not supposed to.
I don't know.
That's the problem. I mean, we could shut the whole thing down.
Well, they're not gonna come back out here and do anything else.
I don't know.
I say shut it down. No, I better not.
I'm looking for dinner.
Yeah.
You ever see your life flash before your eyes? Man. Whew.
Next Wednesday, they're already doing. Next Thursday, they're already letting
because if he worked, he'd be helping in the cafeteria, white table and stuff. like, oh man, I overslept. Go home, go to sleep. I just got here. I just left this club. I'm not going to open. I'm not going to open. I was just
We
sleeping.
were about to think of see what we could throw a piece of steam in for your bench over.
I had my hand back like this, and I was like,
There's smoke going on. What's that?
who did? No.
He came around the house. What's that noise?
I ain't here, but I heard everything else.
I did
around
not
me.
point right to you. That's a good sleep though, when you're like that. You're nice and relaxed.
And I'm telling you, I heard everything
That was
around me.
awesome.
But I told you, look, that Monday I went to sleep, it was like 12:30. And then I still had to get up at 5. And then the next night I went home. I ain't go to bed till like 11:30. And then the next night I ain't go to bed till like 11:30. So and then I had work late all the night, so I'm like, ugh.
That's all she wrote. There wasn't even a headline.
Because I mean, I could feel the head vibe, but I had my head back like this because I didn't think I was going to fall asleep like that. And I could hear everything around me. I don't know how you do that though, where you can still hear everything, but you don't hear your own self. That's crazy. And I'm talking about
Even Charles gave me word for
you could have had a full conversation and I could have told you everything from word for word what you said. Because I know I did that. I told you I did that one day. We was in the Social Security office. And I was sitting there and I was feeling my head like this. And I dozed off. And Charles was like, Mom, you snoring. And I'm like, no, I'm not. He's like, you snoring. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm getting mad. So I dozed off again. I'm gone. He's like, Mom, wake up. You snoring. I'm like, no, I'm not. Would you stop waking me up? He's like, Mom. He's like, Mom, you snoring. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm like, I can hear everything around me. And I'm telling him, I'm like, the man right there just said such, 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 such. And I'm like, that lady right there just said such, such. He's like, Mom, you just snoring. By that time, I got mad and just woke up like, you forget it. Because he going to keep waking me up. What? I don't have nothing else this week. My next day is 23rd. Hold on. I hope don't nothing else get added on. I can't do
nothing
it.
next week. Last week I had cohort and
23rd on the schedule at 9 a.m. That. We got another schedule?
I got cohort the last week, the last Tuesday, and the last day of the month I had to play spring concert, whatever it is. So there's Thursday, Friday, Saturday for the spring concert. That will be the first thing out.
Then what about the play?
Well, that is the play.
So you got the first night, encore night.
Students are coming free on Friday nights.
Ugh.
And even Saturday, there's no extra performances all the night.
You don't have to be mad at you. You know, I tell you, I'm like, I'm coming to play with them and sleep on their couch, but they like to drive out when they will tell you. And then you gotta get up extra early to come back and get you.
Long week. Everybody looks real tired. Yeah, we start at 10:30, get off at 7 in the morning.
It was 7 this morning.
Oh, yeah?
And then we have to come back at 7. We're here at 7 in the morning.
Not too much sleep. Oh, man. I've been there before. I pulled doubles here when there was snow. 17 and a half, 18 hours here. Try to get some sleep as soon as we get home.
You mean the 4 hours that we get, because we still gotta get up at 5.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's something. It's rough on the body.
Yeah, it is. there since I started here. 5 years ago. Because we don't wear them like that.
I could use another short sleeve.
I got 2 shorts.
I have 2. I would use one more. But the long sleeves, it was a different brand. And it's tight in the arms. Where you can't even pull the shirt on.
I'm sure you like that. I got that shirt to me.
It was a different brand this time. When I ordered them up this year, I ordered them, it was a jersey. It's thinner too. Just looking at the short sleeve.
I don't care. I'm going. We are the dog. Was looking like.
Oh, they're still in there, unfortunately. Which one of these?
Is it cold on there during the mornings? When you're down there?
You know, I don't know because I have like my scarf and stuff on when I still come down here. But I sleep in the cold. I had a window with the fan on, pull the cover over my head.
All right, Daniel, have a good day. This is ridiculous. A workshop at the conference is what Mr. Terrell was saying. They're saying that the board meeting should last more than a couple of hours, meeting meetings an hour and a half. And I think they all missed that. They all should have been in that workshop. Because this stuff is ridiculous. I was going to say, some of us can't get up and have jobs anymore. And you have to go to work and work all day. Meetings and all that. I got a 8 o'clock at Prairie State. And so that's after getting the kids up, getting them dressed and dropped off at school. And got meetings all day tomorrow.
I hear you.
It's ridiculous. I will. Okay. You guys have a good night. I hope they won't be there much longer.
I'll see you at our 3:30 meeting tomorrow.
I'm sitting there like it is freezing down here.
Oh, it's gotten cold.
I said, you're going to do everything. I'm just shut down more than that.
Well, you guys try to hang in there. Hopefully it won't be too much longer.
All right. Have a good night. Good morning. I'd have went down there, I'd have been going to get my coat. You know what I'm saying? Go get my coat to go home. Yeah, because I'm on the second floor, but it really seemed like the first floor. Because it's like like, it's
Just little steps.
Yeah, they little steps.
Oh, that's not bad. Still pain.
I stood upstairs, I can't.
I'll go out to bed down tomorrow. Anything else?
Because it's going to stay down there.
Just keep getting.
Like if I'm asleep, I can tell if the lights is cut off. I can hear it. Like now my eyes are blind, so I'm like, so he told me one day, I was reading the chapter, and I started looking at the video, and he was sleeping. And I said, well, I can't sleep with that on the video. I said, but you said TV, you didn't say what type of TV. I mean, yeah, you need music, and I'm trying to sleep. So I could do, I was turning on the channel.
It's too cold to go to sleep though.
You finished? We go? Well, we just yakking, so I don't. No, they need to yak on out this way. It's cold out here.
Oh, no, because actually, they got to come out here and close out.
Oh, gee.
You got excited for a second.
Yeah, shoot, I heard some shoes and some talking.
Don't they need you? They don't have enough people, right?
No, they got enough. I'm leaving. Oh, Lord. Woo. My head is banging.
Stone. What
Right out in front.
Shit, yes we do. That's why we get paid so much money.
Well, pass something on over here. I wouldn't see anything. Oh, look, let me see my legs.
Still got one more, two more roll calls.
I'm not making it. I'm not making it.
What?
You can start. Here you go.
That didn't make sense. I'm like, because that's not the money. And I was sure to put that and then what?
See, it's 6:30 on the dot. So I was here at 6:30 on the dot. What was it in there? It's 4 years? Who you got? Teray, Anderson? 4, okay. Night.
But they not even.
I started the meeting.
Right now, who adjourned?
You're running now, you're running. Look at you, you're running away. Let's get this stuff. Oh, I'm sorry.
What? She's like, oh, my bad.
I'm like, I don't know. The secretary.
We voted $150,000 each.
Okay. No. No, we need the motion to come out of closed session.
Okay.
Can I have a motion to come out of closed session?
Moved. Second.
Second. Moved by who? Anderson. Second by Teray.
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need a roll call? All in favor?
Aye.
Any nays? Okay. We out of closed session. Have a motion to adjourn.
Moved.
Moved by Teray. Second by Anderson. All in favor? Aye. Any nays? Meeting adjourned.
Have a good night.
Yeah, whatever the hell it is.
So you good with that? I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what was that. No, stop.